And we are now live. Hey everyone, this is Frederick Jones, and I'm the founder and publisher of Saturday AM, which is the digital shonen manga anthology and brand that brings together some of the most talented creators from around the world for an exclusive and original anthology, much like they do in Japan, except our characters and our creators reflect more of the world experience. You see here at the top, we have our most popular series, not all of them, but some of our most popular core series, which consists of, from the left to the right, we have Andrea Boros's Saigami. We have Raymond Brown's Bully Eater there in the left side bottom corner. Leaping above him is the amazing artwork of Christopher Crady. That's a comic that I've created called Monster Society of America. On the other side, opposite of that, is a young lady, the artist named William Brody, with his rendition of a character from a series called No to Heaven. Underneath that, the man wearing the Tommy Bahama type of button-up shirt is Leonardo Massip. That is his series called Islanders. And last but not least is a very popular character in the right there with the kind of purplish, bluish sort of tunic. And that is the amazing artwork of White Manga, who's really known as Adunze Agogo. And that's the character from his series, Apple Black. And these series here are all exclusive to Saturday AM. And if you've never seen this before, of course, you're looking at our website here, you can see that we have a digital manga anthology. You can look there at the latest issue and see that that's actually our latest issue, should be coming out later today or tomorrow, and that would be issue number 48. We are very close to our 50th issue of consistent manga anthology from some of the hottest creators from around the world, and it's something that we take extreme pride in. That fact, it's something that very rarely, in fact, has never been done. We certainly don't know of any other original and exclusive content that has been produced consistently across so many issues. And we're so very proud to be approaching our 50th issue. We'll be talking a little bit about that in today's presentation. Next to it, of course, you see our other well-known thing, which is Subscribe Now. And that allows you to actually get 20 issues. We produce 20 issues a year of Saturday AM for just $5. So if you want to support independent creators, if you want to support the webcomic movement and more diverse manga, then give us a try for just $5, the price of a Burger King meal or a latte from Starbucks. You certainly can do much worse with your $5 than to support independent creators. Of course, again, this is our website. You can see here that we sell books. Here's Apple Black Volume 1 there in what we call our tanks, which is what we call our graphic novel collections of our hit series. You see here at the very right of that, it says Pilot Manga. Of course, that's what we're here for today. You can see the gorgeous Saigami Volume 1 art here. As we scroll further down, we also sell official merchandise. If you want to buy t-shirts of Apple Black or Islanders or Bully Eater, Saigami, our new series like Clock Striker, you can do so in the marketplace. So again, we are an original brand. We have far more series than the ones I've just mentioned. Of course, one of our latest hits is called Clock Striker. That features a original character, a young African-American female, one of the first African-American disabled heroes that we know of, and female characters, so just several groundbreaking things, who is the lead of a shonen manga. So we're extremely proud of Clock Striker. You all love Clock Striker, so I'm happy to report that Clock Striker is returning exclusively Saturday AM later this year, and you'll learn more about that inside of issue 50. But of course, you are here today for Pilot Manga. And if you click that button there on our website, it takes you to our Pilot Manga page. And people ask, what is Pilot Manga? And Pilot Manga is something that we started because once we launched Saturday AM and people saw the kind of amazing talent that we had uncovered, the talent that traditionally is not really ever discussed or looked at by a lot of the major companies. For example, White Manga of the extremely popular Apple Black is from Nigeria. You look at his work and you think he's from Japan, but he's actually from Nigeria, a country in Africa. And so we have always taken great pride in the fact that we've given chances, that we've gone out of our way to notice and recognize the achievements of people who are different, whether they're from small countries, whether they're LGBT, women, people of color. We try to give as much love and opportunity to those individuals because we know that if they're given a chance, they will become the next superstars around the world. And that is why we started Pilot Manga. Pilot Manga is a community that's meant to really do three major things. We try to discover new talent. We want to develop that talent. And then we hope to publish that talent. So unlike every other webcomic experience that's out there, we take great pride in not only finding uniquely talented individuals, but then in working to actually develop their skill sets. One of the things that makes Pilot Manga a very difficult community is that, as you guys will see today, we don't pull punches. We don't treat amateur creators as if they are, young or ignorant. We try to treat them as professionals. And that means we expect them to behave at the highest level possible and to give everything for their work. A lot of websites will simply publish whatever you give them, which they're all too happy to do because they want to sell advertising against your efforts. We take a different approach. We want to find the next Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the next Batman, the next Avengers, the next Naruto. And we believe that when we find good talent, we work hard, we spend our time and effort and money to develop that talent. And so that's what Pilot Manga is all about. It's a community, it's a program designed to help serious webcomic creators. There are lots of places you can go if you're a webcomic creator. Pilot Manga is a place that if you go to it and we admit you and you give it your all, you have a greater chance of success. And we're very proud of that. We've discovered some amazing talent from people like Leonardo Massa to Zabrine Bonawyn to Frederick Ward, just some amazingly talented people who've gone on to create real audiences out there in the webcomic space. And so today is the next part of how we do that discovery, and it's called TestFlight. So if you're on this page, again, you can learn about who we are via the Pilot Manga page on our website. You can look at previous videos where we've discussed and critiqued amazingly talented individuals. You can see we launched this in July of 2014. But again, creators who come through this process join with us. They request membership. There's lots of information here that you can discover as I scroll down. Sorry about that. You can find here things like editor challenges, writer's logic articles, which feature details on things that you can think about, things to think about when you're creating your content. And then we have, of course, our test flight. In every scenario, as I said before, this is never easy. And we've discovered a ton of talent. But at the end of the day, the key thing you want to do is make sure that if you are involved in this and you're serious about webcomic creation, that you follow, that you request membership, you become a part of the community, you share your effort in the community, you respect your fellow creators, which is what we always ask in our community. We've kicked out many members who have a very arrogant or nasty disposition towards other creators. This is tough enough to try to make a living at comics, much less web comics. So we mandate that people who step into the Pilot Manga community are professional in their behavior as well as their talent level. And then ultimately you can compete in test flights. And these test flights are these competitions like we'll have today, where creators pit their original concepts per guidelines that we establish against each other. And we then spend what could be upwards of 2 hours dissecting every facet of this content. These videos have been proven to be very popular. A lot of people enjoy watching them. We hope you will do the same today. And I'm extremely honored that in today's test flight, we will actually have a live guest. Traditionally, these comic submissions for test flights are reviewed by myself, the publisher of Saturday AM, as well as two of my editors, Peter Doney and Teresa. Today, however, we've had a fourth judge who will be helping us critique this work, and that is the amazingly talented Andrea Boros. She's an exclusive creator within Saturday AM. She's the creator of Saigami, which is one of our most popular series. She's easily one of our top artists within all of Saturday AM. I'm now clicking on the webpage here for Saigami. And Andrea, why don't you say hi to these people while this loads up?
Hey, everyone.
So as you can tell, Andrea is one of the more relaxed people that we have in our group as well. So Andrea is not a chatterbug like me, but she is an amazingly talented person. You can go to her webpage here. It's on our website. The series is called, again, Saigami. If you are a fan of Legend of Korra, if you are a fan of Inuyasha, you know, that really awesome action-oriented romantic fantasy sort of manga. If you love that sort of material, you're gonna really dig this. It's got dragons. It's got a beautiful young girl. It's got amazing kind of elemental powers. It's got a love triangle. It's just got all this great stuff. It's got dragons, as I said. You can find all of that, including some free chapters here on her webpage, which is www.saturday-am.com/Saigami/. And as well, once you get on the page, you can follow Andrea. She's got an amazing YouTube channel. Of course, she does these awesome original art that she produces on her Instagram. You can likewise follow her on Twitter and on her own Facebook page. But again, you can find Saigami, latest installments of Saigami exclusively inside of issues of Saturday AM. And you can get the first volume. It's available now. You can see here this gorgeous cover that she did for it. You can find that it includes a lot of special content, Dragonology basics, concept art, and development phases that she went through in developing Saigami, a special extra chapter, tons of behind-the-scenes information, 200 pages of exclusive content. You can get all of that on our website right now for less than $10. So again, support amazingly talented original creators. You can get these beautiful shirt designs that she's got. There's also a lot more than that. But please check out Andrea. And again, she's joining us today for this chat regarding these amazingly new talented creators. So I'm going to leave this image here for just a moment. Andrea, how are you doing today?
I'm doing fine. Thank you very much.
Great. And so everyone, for everyone who's joining us, Andrea, we've got a lot of viewers in here right now. We'll get, as you know, these videos that I've been doing for Pilot Manga get thousands of views in a very short time. Tell people who may not be familiar with you where you are from.
I'm from Hungary, Eastern Europe.
She is from the country of Hungary, and I'm sad to say that she's actually able to join us today because Hungary is not playing in the Euros, are they?
We are playing indeed.
They're playing in Euros, and you're not gonna watch. You're not gonna watch the Euros. Wait, are they playing today?
No, we're not playing today, so it's not that important. Actually, we made it into Euro in. This is the first time in 40 years, so it's a big event.
I was getting ready to say, I was like, as soon as I asked that question, I was like, you know what? I don't know if Hungary's in it or not, but I don't. But no, they're normally not in there, so.
Yeah, our soccer team sucks, so.
Well, to be fair, well, to be fair, they expanded the group stage, so they went from 16 to 21 or 24, something like that. So so that made us all help. But regardless, though, we do very much appreciate you joining us, and I think you'll agree this is a pretty. The last test flight we had, we found this amazing talent. We had Sabrine Bonawyn, we had Kendra. Crap, I'm gonna screw up these names. Crap, let's screw up these names. Miles O'Brien, Sabrine Bonawyn, Kendra, young lady from South Africa. We had Jaime Molina, a young man from New York City. We had some amazingly talented people, and that's just the 4 people who kind of won. But there were more talent beyond that. Mark Moore and a handful of people. This group in this particular test flight today were really good as well, don't you think? Andrea, what do you think of the talent today?
Could you please repeat? I couldn't hear you well.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said the last test flight had so many amazingly talented people, and this test flight I thought was pretty strong as well.
Yeah, I think this time it's much stronger than last time. So we have many amazing talents.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think this was a pretty extraordinary bunch. So everyone, again, I know you are wanting to see exactly what this is. So we're going to go ahead and get started here. Let me, for everyone who is viewing this, let me just say a couple of quick words about how we evaluate talent. So in case you are just now joining us, let me reiterate again. This is Saturday AM. We are a digital manga brand We publish a digital magazine. We publish a couple of products actually, but we publish our main product is a digital magazine called Saturday AM. You can see a lot of our core series here, although we publish many more than this. And one of our absolute superstar series isn't up here yet, called Clock Striker, but she will be returning in another couple of issues. You can see here this great cover for our most recent issue, issue 47, features Isao from Bully Eater. And you can see that if you see that number right there, 47, we've been doing this now for a while, and we've achieved some amazing success, both in finding and producing some amazing talent from around the world, some really strong series that are competing with established manga properties from around the world. And more importantly, as part of the TestFlight project we do today, we continue our mission of trying to bring opportunity and bring visibility to both the world of webcomics and to the diversity of new talent that is out there around the world. It was not the way it was, 10 years ago, that people from all over the world were getting discovered like this. And so we take a lot of pride in doing that. But this is Saturday AM, and Pilot Manga is our community for up-and-coming artists. And so as a result of that, for these test flights, what we try to do is evaluate these creators who would be a part of the test flights. And we try to evaluate them really on a couple of core areas. We first of all look at the art. And we try to see if the artwork has elements of opportunity and potential that suggest both an ability for them to grow and an ability for people to be able to follow, not just appreciate the artwork, but follow the action being detailed. Furthermore, we try to really look at and really appreciate the quality of the concept. And this is something I talk about a lot in test flights, is that, everyone has ideas, but ideas that actually can be executed well make a really good concept. And that, at the end of the day, is what we really try to look at as we're putting together our plans and evaluating content for new creators. So we look at the concept as much as we look at the art. We then look at, does this actually have a series potential? Does this appear to be something that with some effort could be turned into a series like Clock Striker or Apple Black or Islanders or Saigami or Bully Eater? Can this be a series that can last inside of our digital magazine or inside of one of our other products up to like this shows here, 47 issues? Is there a possibility of that? Does this idea sound good only and not really, work as an actual opportunity once you dig into it a little bit more? So we really look at the series potential of it. And then ultimately we try to look at the creator, and we evaluate the creator. Did they follow the rules? Did they surprise us? Did they offer something new? Did they take an idea that is existing and tweak it and make it something more exciting? Or did they really just take an idea that existed and just basically kind of do a fan fiction of that concept? So we try to look at a lot of different things and evaluate each of those things equally. And over time, we've been pretty good at this. And as I said, we've discovered some really amazing talent. And so today will be no different, and we're going to jump right into it. So, Andrea, do you have your list available with all of the series on it, with your comments and so forth?
Yes, I have it.
All right. So we're going to start at the very top with Jelani DeBoynes, who has a series called Ogre Grotto. So can you pull that up? And I'll go ahead and make it available here for our fans. Just give me 1 second here. If you're watching the video, guys, unfortunately, this is as high tech as it gets, people. So I do apologize for that. All right. So is everyone able to view the images that's here? Okay. And Andrea, you ready to go? You good?
Yes.
All right. So this is Jelani DeBoynes' series proposal to us called Ogre Grotto. And what I traditionally do is, for those of you who are joining us, I first read just a little bit of the pitch that they gave us. Now, we always ask the creators to give us a pitch, which is something that we've tried to pioneer for our Pilot Manga community, try to get them ways to look at their series and kind of make the series condensed so that we're not reading like a 5-page book. We just want the essence of what it is they're talking about. And so in this particular case, Ogre Grotto, again, by Jelani DeBoynes, The pitch is Mega Man Battle Network. You guys remember that old video game / anime meets Black Lagoon, which is a more modern anime and manga. And the two of them really seem to have nothing in common. So when I read this, I was very curious to see exactly what this would be. So this is the synopsis as presented by the creator of this. The story follows a pair of adrenaline junkies seeking ever greater thrills and a way to break the life cycle of just going to school, getting a job that you hate, and dying with goals you wanted to have achieved but never actually met. Myra and Vesper are these two adrenaline junkies, and eventually they find exactly what they have been looking for and then some when they discover the secretive global private military company called Ogre Grotto. This company turns out to be a major factor when it comes to government media in preventing natural disasters. Ogre Grotto operatives undergo a specialized program that allows individuals to take possession over the bodies of massive organisms known only as arch-fiends. So this is the proposal for the concept they sent to us. And what you see here is a banner image that is features a bit of this kind of arch-fiend demon, I assume. And it says, and what he's got here in really poor font choice here, he's got guns and girls. And then on the other side of it says monsters and metal. Okay, and then as we then kind of make our way through, this, then let's see here. We then get, this would be the cover. You can see here it's again a kind of monster looking thing. I think it's like a Watchmen type of button in its mouth. I think this is a very confusing image. And then we get here, and this is really kind of the beginning of the pages. Now what we asked them to do is to present us a series of pages. And those series of pages, typically we ask them for specific things to draw so we can evaluate their use of backgrounds and their ability to tell a scene. This individual did not really follow those rules. They just kind of supplied some images here, some pages. And so best as I can tell, there are two characters. One character, I can't tell if this is actually the Archfiend, the dark-skinned girl here, or if this is a girl who is going to fire up the Archfiend. Two characters talk, then they kind of fight each other. But it's kind of hard to tell exactly what's happening here. We then get what I thought was some amazing imagery, which I believe is the Archfiend being summoned behind this young blonde girl, not the dark-skinned girl. But then again, I don't know, because it looks like the blonde girl maybe is getting attacked. I can't tell exactly. Again, there's not really any dialogue here, so again, this is not the best entry, folks. But regardless, we get more imagery here of the girls, and again, what I assume is the Archfiend, a gigantic beast-like creature standing above them. And then we get an image here. It looks like a girl kind of being swallowed by the Archfiend. I don't know, again, what's happening here. And then we get a turnaround, which we asked for, where we can look at and evaluate the character design. And in this case, this is the character Vesper, one of the girls. So she's got this kind of skull thing on her head, which is what some of the early pages I just showed you. Let me go back to it. So it's definitely possible that she's not the Archfiend, but again, whether or not she's the one summoning Archfiend, there is literally one dialogue, and that's it. So I couldn't tell you what's happening here. Needless to say, this was a complicated entry. Andrea, let me start off and read the responses of our. Let me read the scores, and I'll let you give your comments. Okay.
All right.
All right. So on the art side, we all looked at this, and we all had a fairly consistent read. I think Teresa and Peter, our two editors, both gave this a 7 out of 10. Andrea gave this a 7 out of 10. I gave this a 6 out of 10. My view of the art here is that, as I said before, there were moments here where things made no sense. And one of the great rules about artwork is that if you are telling sequential art, and this is the key, sequential art. I say this all the time, guys. If you are an artist and you draw, just because you draw does not make you a comic book artist. You can be the best artist in the world, does not make you a comic book artist. I talk about this a lot in relationships, since today is a big sports day around the world. I talk about this a lot when I say that, you know, just because you can kick a soccer ball does not make you Lionel Messi. You might be the best soccer player in your neighborhood. That does not make you Lionel Messi. You've got levels and levels to go to get to that point. But you can do it. You've got the talent. But whether or not you apply yourself, whether or not you got that ability to go the next set of gears to get to that level of talent, to get paid that much money, be recognized on all stages around the world as a soccer player like Lionel Messi, whether you've got the potential to go from your neighborhood to that is a whole other story. Same thing applies with art. So when I look at this artwork, I certainly agree with Teresa and Peter and Andrea that artistically, there's a lot of stuff here that works. I mean, this page right here is gorgeous. This is literally gorgeous. But I can't tell you what's happening. And that's a problem with this artist's ability maybe to do sequential artwork. I guarantee you that this artist, if they were drawing just a one-off image, they're phenomenal. If they're drawing a sequence, however, that's where we see problems. And it continues across page after page. I can't tell you exactly what's happening. Plus, you know, I dock some points because this is a good example. This image right here, while it's arresting, it's very unique, is nowhere near the quality level of this page or this page or this page. In fact, this page isn't even at the quality level of this page. And this page is not the quality level of this page. So there were so many areas where this artist did not appear to be consistent and capable of rising to the level of being consistent with their art. But clearly, whatever that artist did for this one page, it was dynamite. But again, it's just too inconsistent. But you can't ignore talent that you see. And so that's why I gave it a 6 out of 10. For the concept, Teresa, our editor, gave this a 2 out of 10. Andrea, our guest judge today, gave us a 3 out of 10. Peter gave this a 3 out of 10. I gave this a 1 out of 10. This concept made no sense whatsoever. I don't know if this was a adjunct of the or a result of the creator potentially not being American. This is something that you know we deal with a lot. So again, we're very, very open with our creators, and we deal with so many creators from so many different parts of the world, so many different languages that we can work around all of those elements. Sorry, hold on here. We gotta. Okay. So anyway, sorry about that, guys. But nonetheless, you know, we've got when you look at the concept here, it didn't read very well. And again, like I said, that could have just been English issues or whatever, but it didn't read very well. It seemed to be all over the place. And one of my big things is that when you send pages, they need to correspond to what it is you're talking about. Because as we know, in the world of comics, it is so easy to steal people's ideas. And we see this a lot. So when I get a concept like this that doesn't really seem to match what I'm being given, then A, that concerns me that this creator did not follow the rules enough to provide us what we asked for. That's why we ask for the rules we ask for. That's why we ask people to follow the guidelines, because we want to evaluate your work properly. And when I'm looking at this, I see the two girls, I see monsters. I don't see anything that reflects what this concept, the Black Lagoon and the Mega Man Battle Network, which that doesn't even make any sense because I don't get any idea of how Mega Man Battle Network applies to this. So this just struck me as a creator who maybe is not 100% comfortable with their ideas or with what we're trying to do, with what they thought they'd want to present to us. Perhaps they needed more time, but this is not a great presentation on any level. And just to sum it all up, when I look at, for example, when I'm looking at the art and the concept, it's one thing for the story pages maybe not to work, but like, I don't know what this image is. I don't know what this I mean, I get the idea behind the banner, but there's so much of this just makes so little sense that I can't muster any excitement. And that's exactly why for the last thing, for the series potential, Teresa, you know, when we asked, do you see any potential let's go into series? Teresa said no. Peter said no. I said no. And Andrea said no. That's essentially my thoughts on this. But I'm going to turn it over to Andrea for any last thoughts. Andrea, any other thoughts regarding Ogre Grotto?
At first, the start of the synopsis grabbed my interest, but then as I read more and the more story elements were added in, it kind of became a confusing mixture of story materials. Um, the artwork was solid and good, but just like you said, the pages are kind of hard to read. But I think it was good that the artist tried to use variety camera angles and interesting shots of the characters. So the artwork definitely has potential, in my opinion. But the
Yeah, I was gonna say, oh yeah, I totally agree. It's definitely got potential.
it just didn't work.
So any other thoughts?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just agreeing with you. Yeah, I couldn't agree more that the artwork. I mean, again, I'm looking at this one page, and this I can honestly say that aside from a few other series that we're going to review today, this one page that I've got on screen, like this stayed with me. You know, after I looked at it, like after I had moved on to other artists when I was reviewing this a couple of days ago, this still stayed with me. Like I still remember how gorgeous this page was, because like the monsters, you know, I guess at the top of the page, the perspective of the girl, you know, I mean, this is like really, really gorgeous. Like I've not seen imagery like this. Even the monsters, you know, if that's what they are, you know, even they have like a really unique look to them. So I mean, this artist has tremendous potential, but this is perhaps this was too ambitious for them. I don't know, but this was just not a great presentation. So okay, all right. So just to recap, for serious potential, we all voted this as a no. So unfortunately, we did not see a lot of opportunity to go forward with this particular series. So let's see. We're going to take a quick moment. I'm going to pull up the next series here. Andrea, if you can now refer to Dejan Tularshevek. He's got the series Astronite or Astronite. All right, everybody, we're gonna pull this up now for you to check out. Again, like I said, this is not the most you know, we are a small company, even though this seems to work for a lot of you guys, but you know, I wish I had like great production values and I could, you know, do like a cool animation as we go from one thing to another, but this is live. So so the next series is called Astronite, and this is by a young man named Dejan Tularshevek, and Dejan actually is part of our pilot manga group. You know, we have done other things. We do other things. So again, if you join the group, there are all sorts of contests in between test flights you can participate in. One that we did was called March Madness. It was kind of like the NCAA basketball tournament in America called March Madness, except it was all about art, and we basically had artists kind of compete against each other. The winner won $50, and so it was really cool. But yeah, this one I think around that time frame in the group is when I first noticed Dan's artwork, and Dan is really talented. This kid is really, really talented. So this is his first entry ever in the pilot manga. It's called Astronite, and I'm going to read to you, of course, the presentation. So the pitch is Maji, if you guys know that manga and anime called Maji, meets Toriko. Again, another manga and anime. And so this is the plot. As the destruction of 55% of the planet Astro from a meteorite wasn't enough, shortly after, the people are informed that a piece of the same meteorite has started to head towards the planet with incredible force and is estimated to hit it in 14 years and 9 months. This time, it will destroy the planet completely. Now, with little choice left, the people who survived decide to start living underground while in search of the Astronite, the stone that is said to be able to become or even do anything that the one who finds it desires, and only hope for the people on the planet is to find this rock. Hence, the era of mining begins for planet Astro, an era where people are working nonstop in underground mines with the hope of finding the all-powerful stone. With time, the people's desire to save the planet started evolving into greed and lust for wealth when food, water, and medicine became rarities. 3 months after the beginning of the era, an old miner called Rich finds a small child engulfed in a bright blue light and decides to raise him as his own grandkid. 12 years later, after Rich's death, with only 2 years and 6 months to go before the meteorite hits, the now 12-year-old boy with an excessive love for mining named Azurite sets on a journey filled with dangers and ruthless enemies to find the Astronite. Azurite himself knows how much of an important role he has to play in saving planet Astro. So that is the plot. Now, two things about that. Let me say up front. Number one, that's a no-no. Like all that stuff I just read is literally a no-no. One of the things we try to talk about in pilot manga is your backstory is not your story. And all this stuff about the dad the miner who raised this young man, he is irrelevant to telling someone about the story. You don't tell someone when you're trying to explain to them who Batman is, you do not tell them about Thomas and Martha Wayne. You tell them that they got killed. You don't tell them about Alfred and his past as a SSS agent in Britain. You tell them that he's their butler. So that's what we call backstory. And backstory usually serves a purpose of trying to, or at least it comes across as serving a purpose of trying to seem more interesting because your main story is not. And, you know, at the end of the day, I just want to get to the story. Who's the kid? What's he trying to do? And what makes his story unique? All the stuff about the dad, the miner, and some of the other stuff is completely irrelevant. Furthermore, I do love the logic, which is not at all scientific, which I know this is comics, but if 55% of your planet is destroyed, then more than likely your planet's destroyed. There is no scenario where 55% of your planet gets destroyed and you still are surviving on it. That's just not even scientifically capable. But let's move on past that. So you see here, Astroite. This is a banner ad, and one of the things I really liked about this was the design that goes on through here. I mean, the logo is so-so, and we don't really get enough of the main character, which is kind of a no-no. In advertising, you know, you want to see, you want to be compelled to check this out, and that's one of the key things why we get them to do these banners is that we try to get the artists to start thinking about what their series represents to, like, how would they sell their series to a fan or a reader. And so this is just a banner ad. He follows the dimensions. He uses our Satium logo, which is also not necessary. But aside from the design of like the little lines going down, this is not a great ad. Then we get to the cover, and we see more of that pattern played out. So I guess there's a purpose behind it. Dayan's image here of Azurite, the main character, is pretty cool. I like the design of him. I like the perspective of his hand shooting out like that. It's not the best image, but it's pretty decent given this being Dayan's first attempt at this stuff. Now we go into the story here, and so essentially what we see, because we're not going to play by play every single page here. We'll show them to you, but we're not going to read everything in here. But essentially, we meet Azurite, we meet his friend Kiki. They are in an underground tunnel, and they're exploring things. They find a mineral. Kiki thinks there's a mineral down there. And we're going to see that Azurite, we see here in this panel, he instead of using a pickaxe, he uses his fist. So he's got some sort of power in his fist. I don't know if it's natural or some sort of superpower, but he's able to just like throw a really strong punch, just decimate this rock that they're trying to investigate. And what I love about this page, I mean, you can see already that, again, this young man and Dan is extremely talented. I mean, this feels just like manga. You know, certainly it's not perfect, but this feels like manga. The characterizations, the look of the characters, the expressions of the characters, you get that not just the big eyes. And we see that so many times where creators who love manga, they just do the big eye route. They don't actually follow the literal style of how the action happens. This is another thing that I saw with another artist that we'll talk about later today. But I love this. I love this panel where he throws the punch and how he uses BAM, because it feels very Japanese. Like the Japanese take a lot of pride in how they use their sound effects. And it's something that I've seen, again, when I look at other webcomic websites that were the creators try to do manga, they don't actually do that. They just kind of, you know, they just do basically American stuff. So they're not copying all the Japanese stuff. But you don't have to do, but there's an authenticity to it that really feels good about it. And when I look at this, I see that. I love Kiki's expression here when she sees what Azurite does. And then there's a cute little scene here where where Azurite's talking about how, you know, he's got this helmet, and so he's happy that he's got the helmet. At least it keeps him protected. But then Kiki then attacks him anyway, just knocks him out. And so, again, a lot of manga elements here, a lot of different perspectives with the panels, a lot of different perspectives with the camera. These are all techniques that are very strong very, very strong. And this young man is just he's doing it. And so I've got a lot of pride here. We then discover that he finds the Talponite, and I love again just this part here at the top of the page where we learn what Talponite is. Like that again feels so manga because they use a totally different font, and they don't even put like a bobble or a box around it. They just kind of put it right on top of the artwork. I love all this stuff. This was a really, really solid entry and presentation. He's actually telling a story in these scenes that tell you everything about the characters. And as they go through and find this meteorite, then they discover that there's a monster who's, I guess, guarding this stuff. And so that's how this particular scene ends, is the monster appears after they've made this giant mess. Now, we don't get the action sequence between the monster and them, but we do get, as we request in our rules, we do get an image of Azurite, and we get a chance to look at his turnaround so we can evaluate his character design. And we can see here that he's got very unique look. I love the hard hat. He's got the traditional manga spiky hair. This just feels fresh. It feels original. I like this a lot. So this was Dan Tolarchevek. I'm going to tell you real quickly what everyone thought, and then I'll turn it over to our artist today, Andrea Boros, creator of Saigami, and get her thoughts on it. Art grades, Teresa gave this a 7 out of 10. Our other editor, Peter, gave it a 7 out of 10. Andrea gave this a 7 out of 10. I gave this a 7 out of 10. The concept grade, Teresa gave this a 5 out of 10. Our other editor, Peter, gave it a 4 out of 10. Andrea gave this a 5 out of 10, and I gave it a 6 out of 10. I felt this was a lot stronger than they did. And then as far as series potential, we all gave it a yes. Now, one thing I forgot to do with Ogre Grotto, which I won't forget to do this time, I want to read you just some real brief comments here from our two editors, Teresa and Peter. And I'll go back and do that again for Ogre Grotto as well, just to make sure that creator gets the full spectrum. Teresa's comment here, here's what she said about the work. She said she thinks this could work. She feels the story is very straightforward and well executed. Her only worry is that it feels a tad generic, and it won't be able to stand out above the thousands of other shonen-style webcomics that are out there. But she did feel it was very charming. Peter says the art style is rather fun and stylized. He says nothing about it particularly stands out to him, and it feels like the sort of thing that we've read dozens of times before. But he can see this becoming a series, even though he feels that there's nothing that would help it stand above or beyond the competition. Andrea, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, I think the concept is mainstream shonen by actually it's highly similar in my opinion. Job series ago, which was at the which was kind of the same concept, not with stone mining, but with mining for metal. So I highly recommend that. And actually, I really like this entry. There's nothing really new or outstanding in the story, but it's simple, clear, and it was a lot of fun. I think the artwork is solid with some flaws, especially at backgrounds. For example, at some places the rocks look like they weren't rocks at all, but scrap paper or something like that. So the background area needs to be worked on. But I love the design and the pages and the cover are also well executed.
Yeah, like I said, I was surprised that everyone was not as high on this series potential. I thought this was a solid 6 out of 10. In fact, the only thing that I mean, yes, this is generic, and yes, this is very common. One of the things to talk about in pilot manga is that I don't, as the publisher of this, I don't care if something seems like other stuff. What I care about is the execution. And I think in this case, I think what is very impressive is that Dan's execution is fantastic. I mean, yes, there's a question of whether or not this will shake out amongst all the other webcomics that are out there, because God knows there's a gazillion webcomics, not through us, but through other websites that, try to do shonen type stuff. So, but to me, this is definitely a Saturday AM type of series. It's original. The character design is fresh. The artist is really good. The story is got potential. I mean, the fact that it involves mining, I find that to be very very unique, and so I love that aspect of it. I thought the character, the main character, he was fun and silly in a traditional manga way, but not annoying. In fact, I had two negatives to it, and that's the reason I didn't go higher on the series concept. Because again, I think the series is unique enough, and I think the execution of it definitely moves it up above a lot of other stuff. But two issues. One, I hated the naming conventions of all this stuff. I think that this I don't know how old Dan is. I'm willing to bet Dan is very young, because this felt like a young person. Like I said, the planet being 55% destroyed is silliness. There's no way that happens. But more importantly was the series is called Astronite. The Rock is called Astronite. The boy is called Azurite. And I just thought, that was a lack of creativity. Of all the things I thought that was generic, I thought that was probably the most generic thing that was there. One thing I know, Andrea's talking to us from Hungary, so her internet connection kind of goes in and out. One thing that you guys may have missed that she said, I thought this was a very important point to make, was that there was a series like this. Now, it wasn't exactly like this. In fact, it was different in a lot of ways. But there was a series that involved mining and kind of was like a Pokemon sort of thing called Metallica Metaluca from Shonen Jump. Is that right, Andrea?
Yes.
Okay. And Ned, had you read that before, or?
Yes, I read it. It was, I think, in 2012, something like that. It was fun, but it was short-lived. It was like 15 chapters because it wasn't really popular.
But was it very similar to Astronite, or just the idea that the mining thing was there?
The mining thing with searching for rare stones or metals.
Mm-hmm.
So it reminded me on that. There was some things that were different. For example, there the main character had the ability to form metal with his hand and something like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, the reason I asked about this, that's something we're going to see later as well. We see this a lot, and it's something that I try to stay on top of. So I was really happy that Andrea had noticed that, because and I'm not saying Dan ripped this off and so forth, but we do try to stay on top of the submissions, because we have been duped before. It happens. We're a small group, and there's so many creators out there, and so many people trying to get into Saturday AM. But that it has happened that we get concepts that are literal, just revisions of other concepts that happen. We had one before with a comic called Sophic, which was a literal rip of another comic. So it's something we always try to pay attention to. And I did investigate and look up Metallica Metaluca. And so while I did see some similarities, it was most certainly different in a lot of ways. But again, I haven't thoroughly investigated it. Certainly the character doesn't look like the other character. There are a lot of elements where you see that, where the artist will literally rip off the character design and everything, and this was totally different from that. So again, if people out there, if you guys are watching this, if you look up Metaluca, Metallica Metaluca, and you see that there's a lot of similarities here, let us know. But again, from our investigation, these are two different entries. Obviously, it's not just aping that other series. I'm not sure if Dan knew about it, but regardless, again, I thought this was very, very strong. I like the execution of this a great deal. So all right. So that is Jelani DeBoynes. Next up will be Darion Williams. So Andrea, if you want to move to that. Before we do so, though, I'm just going to take a quick moment, and I'm going to go backwards. Because like I said, I forgot that we try to be as thorough as possible, and I want to always respect the creators who submitted their work to us. And so the very first entry by Jelani DeBoynes called Ogre Grotto, we just talked about a few minutes ago. Remember, it had that really gorgeous artworks. I'm sure you guys all remember that. I want to read to you what our two editors said about it, just so that we can have some closure to that. This is Ogre Grotto, for those of you who may have forgotten it. And let's see. Teresa, one of our editors named Teresa, these are her comments. She says, I don't think I understand Jelani's story fully. There is mentioning of a belt, monsters, a business. There are lots of hints of cool things, but there's no story. Basically, I can't see the conflict, which is central to understanding a story. Overall, I think the art is good. there are lots of cool pictures, but I didn't see a full sequence or scene that was created effectively. Therefore, I have no idea if Jelani is a visual storyteller or an illustrator. And if you guys recall, that's exactly what I said. Peter, our other editor, he says, incredible art, but the story lacks foundation. The pitch, summary, and the pages themselves all seem to be telling a different story from each other. And without context, it simply looks like a jumbled mess. If I could better grasp the story, I think this would be the sort of thing that I would enjoy reading. So again, that gives you a bit more full picture of the stuff here that was submitted by Jelani DeBoyens. Again, as you can see, this is a page that, like I said, haunted me. It was so good. But unfortunately, there's a lot of stuff here that just made no sense. The presentation was very weak, unfortunately. And so we all agreed this was not a series that we saw having much ongoing potential. All right, so next up is a title that we will be reading next. It's called, or presenting to you next. It's from Darian Williams, and this entry was called The Heroic Life of Hero, or The Heroic Times of Hero. Let me see what it is. It's Heroic Tales of Hero, sorry. All right, and I'm going to read to you exactly what this concept is all about. Just bear with me for a second. All right, and so this is first of all, the pitch for the series is Kick-Ass. If you guys remember that old movie, not old, I mean just a couple of years ago, but Kick-Ass. There was a sequel to it called Kick-Ass 2. It was based on an American comic book called Kick-Ass by Mark Millar, and John Romita Jr., I believe. But Kick-Ass meets The Flash is his pitch. Okay, Kick-Ass meets The Flash. So that's a pretty that's an immediately interesting idea, because Kick-Ass was cynical and kind of brutal, and then Flash is very positive and fun and traditional American superhero stuff. Here is his plot that he gives us. The story follows a 17-year-old student named Hero Elric, who is in his final year of high school. His hobbies include reading American comic books and manga, hanging out with his friends, and he's been practicing kendo since he was 7 years old. Hero has been recently transferred to a new school in Manhattan, New York, by his mother. Shortly after he starts attending classes, he gains special abilities in the form of a sword and a unique outfit with his weapon. He immediately discovers that he is not the only one in his school with special abilities. With his fascination in American comic books and manga, his skills in kendo, his new powers, Hero sets off to become a real-life superhero while trying to solve the mysterious connection between the newly powered students and his school. So this is his entry. I'm going to run through a couple of images for you, and then we'll discuss what everyone thought of it. You can see here we start off in a shot of New York City with the Statue of Liberty, and then we get the two sticks from the kendo training going on here. We then get another panel. We see a couple of feet, and then we get the image of the two characters smacking their sticks against each other. So this is, again, really playing into this idea of kendo as a sport and as a backdrop of this series. Now, the main character, he ends up dodging a blow, and then we get just a lot of images here of them fighting, and then ultimately the two of them, he and this young lady, speak to each other about kind of the teacher, and as he's walking in the hallway, his buddy pops in, starts talking to him, and asks him essentially why he, something about why he trains and stuff like that. We go back in time and get a flashback scene. I really like how he put the filter in here with this flashback. I knew instantly that this was a flashback, and so basically, it talks about this kind of traditional thing about the mentor telling you to be, to not necessarily, try to be focused on the right things when you're training, not to be focused on the wrong things. So he and his friend, I assume this guy is the guy who has superpowers as well. They talk about how both of them want to be a superhero, and then they kind of walk off. So it's really just kind of a scene that shows them training, and this is implicit in what we discuss as part of our rules, so it's not really different from that. I think this is meant to be the banner image. Full-time student, part-time hero. We see here Hero in his school clothes, and then next is in his kind of, I guess, ninja outfit. I'm not sure what that is. We get another image here of him again side by side with his kendo outfit, and then this is the turnaround for Hero Elwood. Okay, so this is again the heroic tales of Hero. Now let me step in and read what we all thought about this, and then I'll turn it over to the lovely Andrea Boros and ask her thoughts. And I'm going to leave it here. This to me is one of the best images that was in the work that was submitted. So Darian Williams, for as far as the art goes, we all had a very similar feel about the art. Our two editors, Teresa and Peter. Teresa gave it a 4 out of 10. Peter gave it a 3 out of 10. Andrea gave it a 4 out of 10. I gave this a 3 out of 10. As I indicate, this is the best image out of the entire bunch. This and the page with the Statue of Liberty. There was some good staging here. Some of the stuff here, there's some really good staging here. I like this last panel where the characters are walking. We view them from the back. I like the filter that he put on this for the flashback scene. This is a really smart idea for the filter. I like the background scene here as well. We're in the garden of his previous teacher. And there are some scenes here with the kendo when they were fighting that was interesting. I like just the overall idea of how he kind of set the action in place with the sticks, kind of clanging. He had the right mentality of how to focus on those kendo sticks as he's depicting the action. But the reality of this art is this is simply too stiff and too underdeveloped to sell this story. This is not at the level that you would need to be at to really sell this idea effectively. When you're talking about an action-oriented concept like this, you've got to be able to depict action. You've got to sell the action. We've got to feel the tension. And while the ideas here are good, and so very much there's potential for Darian Williams to become a better artist because he has the right mentality about framing some scenes, but his talent level, his ability to actually convey them effectively and with the emotion that's needed just isn't there. And so there's a lot of stuff here that just feels very stiff and very remote. Some character angles, are not the best. Although, again, he's trying. This page right here, again, the camera really shifts between, some close-ups and then some establishing shots. And that's the fact that he's even trying to do that is shows that he's got mentally the right picture. So, again, there's a lot of stuff here. The dialogue as well did not feel as forced as the dialogue as some other dialogue that we'll read. So again, we all had pretty much the same view of the artwork. It's not as strong as it needs to be. As far as the concept goes, Teresa, our editor, gave this a 3 out of 10. Peter gave this a 3 out of 10. Andrea gave this a 3 out of 10. I gave this a 7 out of 10, and I'm going to reveal why I felt that way. Well, I'll do that now, I guess. Look, what we asked for in this particular, test flight was that we wanted people to submit sport ideas, and I felt that because we know that the vast majority of people who submit stuff to us, they submit Naruto knockoffs and Dragon Ball Z knockoffs and Final Fantasy knockoffs, and so we've been doing this now for quite a while, and I've been publishing in the entertainment business for over a decade. So I know what I'm going to see, and so we thought we would try to position people down a different path. The fact this artist tried to do that, I have a lot of respect for that, and I feel like that deserves more of a grade in the positive area than not. The other thing with this is that kendo is an area that I've never seen explored in manga. Now, I'm a lot older than most of the people watching this, so it's always possible that I just simply have missed it. But more than likely, I've actually probably read more manga than the vast majority of people who are watching this, and I've never seen kendo used as a backdrop of anything. And so I was intrigued immediately. I thought, wow, this is really kind of interesting and neat to see this as a potential opportunity. That being said, of course, all the other things that this creator chose to do was ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Kick-Ass meets the Flash is already a dumb idea because Flash is a very positive thing and Kick-Ass is very cynical. So those two things just don't mesh. It's like saying it's Care Bears meets meets Sex in the City. Like those things don't mesh. And you need to and I would expect someone to know that. And so I'm concerned Darren didn't realize that. But for conceptually, though, again, with this, I think the thing that really downed this idea was the fact that he was trying to throw other stuff in there. If it's going to be kick-ass, by the way, yes, part of it is the fact that it's cynical. The other part of it is that it was real. No one in Kick-Ass had powers. Nobody had powers. That's what made Kick-Ass unique. So when you then try to add powers into it, it just comes out of left field. It seems forced and silly, and it kind of goes against the general idea of what we were talking about sports. So again, I gave this a 7 because in my mentality, my thought on this, and it's the same thing about the score I gave to the series potential of this, is that do I think that this idea could work if things about it were changed? And the answer is yes. I think this could work if you got rid of the superhero stuff, because it just came out of left field for no reason. It doesn't match on any level whatsoever. But the idea that this person was maybe being a vigilante, the idea this person was he was using his Kimpo training, like that's very interesting. Conversely, and lastly, series potential. Teresa said no. Andrea said no. Peter said no. I said yes. Again, because in my mind, my view of this is if I see an idea that has me intrigued, then I think, could we fix this idea? And the answer is yes. Now, that being said, let me qualify that yes. From my perspective, the art would have to change, and they'd have to jettison the superhero thing. But beyond that, if it was a vigilante in Kimpo, I could totally see this being a very unique and interesting read. So that's my view on this. Andrea, what did you think of the Heroic Tales of Hero by Darian Williams?
Well, at first, I would like to correct you a bit.
Yeah.
It's Kendo, not Campo.
Yeah, well, he put. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, he put that. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so it's Kendo, and there are a bunch of manga about Kendo, but it's not important at the moment. Um, well, actually, my talks about this manga was kind of the same as what you said. When I read Kick-Ass, I was really interested, and I liked the part-time hero line in the ad. So I wish Darian Wood had made a story without the superpowers included. In my opinion, it would have been more fun and badass to see a wannabe hero trying to become a real life hero by leaning on his effort and training of many years, for example, in Kendo and all sorts of things.
Mm.
But this way, it's just your usual superhero origin story. But I think the artwork has some potential. There was some really nice establishing shots, and the visual storytelling shows potential, but it needs work.
So there you go. I'm correct. I assume there are lots of. Is it Kimpo or Kendo? Kimbo.
Kendo.
Kendo. So there are lots of Kendo manga out there. Like I said, I've never seen them, but manga is a massive category in Japan. I certainly have never seen them when I traveled to Japan. But let me hit on Teresa and Peter's view of this. Teresa says, I have to say, I am not intrigued by the concept as it's extremely simple, and the characters don't seem to be in any way different than any other character I've seen before. However, the visual storytelling is good. I think Darian has done a good job, but he has played it too safe, and as a result, he's ended up with an unoriginal property. Peter says, a lot of work still needs to be done with the artwork, but it's getting there. The story is generic, and the Japanese elements feel like they were thrown in for the sake of having Japanese elements. There is no sense of what the character is fighting for or why, or what would happen if he were to lose. It's hard to connect to a story if you don't know what's at stake, and that's a really eloquent way to look at it. That's why he's one of our editors. So that is the Heroic Tales of Hero. Again, I was the only one who said I saw potential in the story as a series. Everyone else said no, so I got outvoted. So all right, so let's move on now to our next entry, and I think we'll do probably 2 more, and then we'll take a short break. So just give me a moment here, and I'll pull up the next one. The next one, Andrea, is Andre and Akeem Roberts. It's called Harvester. All right. All right, and everyone, you should now see on the screen Harvester. This is the banner ad for Harvester. It says in a really horrible font. I don't know why people choose fonts that are the same color as background images, but it says death is a ticking time bomb. So it's kind of interesting setup there. And then let's read you guys the essential plot for Harvester. And again, this is by Andrea and Akeem Roberts. The picture for this, sorry, I'm waiting for. There we go. All right, the pitch for this is Grimm. This is the American TV show, if you've ever seen it, involving kind of like fairy tale characters, meets The Vampire Diaries, another TV show based in the United States. And this story basically is reapers, commonly known as harvesters, are the most feared beings in the supernatural world. Wreath, the hybrid son of the Grim Reaper, Lord of all Reapers, as always, has an internal struggle between his human half and his harvester half. He flees the underworld to Earth in search of a normal life. Now will things turn out for better or worse? So that is the basic concept for this story. It's by, again, Andrea and Akeem Roberts. We see here the banner ad. I do like kind of like the logo for Harvester, but I hate the text here about death of the ticking time bomb. It's red on a red background. We see here the villain. It's a young lady named Sarah Harton. Her supernatural form is that of a ghoul. We see that she's got a headless person there next to her. And then that's her human form. So I can tell that ISIS would love this comic book. Then we have this image here. This is a cover image. Harvester. We see this young man who's a harvester, kind of turning around, looking behind him. So it's an interesting cover. I thought it was an interesting idea. A lot of things going on there. And then we get to the actual comic. So again, as we've done today, I'm not going to go through every single nook and cranny of this, but what I will do here is show you essentially what happens here. And so what was submitted here is essentially our main character, Wreath. He's sitting there kind of like in a playground, as far as I can tell. Anyway, or it's in the city for sure, and people are out. It's at nighttime. And he's basically having kind of an internal monologue that we're listening to about how he's kind of a ticking time bomb. He knows that he has a dark side, and we see that visually because he's got one eye that's dark, one eye that's white. He's got literal straight hair like a white person, and then kind of an afro on the other hand. So it's a very bizarre character design. But regardless, his evil side wants to kill, and his good side is kind of torn by it. And so we really just get several pages here of him kind of like fighting against that odd. We do get some interesting angles of the character. I do like this one angle where he's saying, it satisfied you, not me. Please go away. It feels like in the movies when a character kind of has that melodramatic moment, they go, no, and they look up to the camera. That's what it felt like when I saw that. So there ends up being a scenario when he's he's in such pain with this internal side. Someone comes to check up on him. He then kills the guy. As you can see here, it's a very bloody comic here. But he kills this guy. I don't really know why he kills the guy. Then a young girl comes up and he kills the young girl with the bat. At least that's what's implied. And then he continues imagining what his life would be. I thought this was a mess. I thought this was an absolute mess. I just thought this was a mess. Let me see here. Let me back up here. First of all, I mean, obviously, I want to thank Andrea and Akeem for submitting their material, obviously. But this struck me as kind of prototypical sort of stuff that we get. As far as art goes, Andrea gives us a 6 out of 10. Teresa gives us a 5 out of 10. Peter gives us a 5 out of 10. I give this a 4 out of 10. I'll explain why. Actually, I'll talk about why right now. There are certainly some things here that I like. There are some different camera angles. Andrea and Akeem are attempting to use some backgrounds. So we see here, this shot right here, this is one of those shots that is a great shot to do. That he doesn't pull it off exactly, obviously, but the fact that he's even attempting this, is to be respected. Ironically enough, where I feel like this thing falls apart is in the stuff that there really has no reason to be in here. We don't publish this sort of graphic material, number one. Number two, this sequence here where he kills this guy, like it not only does it make no sense in the story, it doesn't resolve any dramatic emotion to the character. It just seems childish, frankly. I mean, it seems like, like they want to do something that's violent because they can. This is webcomics, and so they can do anything they want to, and so this is what they do. But this makes, like, I have no emotion to the main character. I have no emotion to the guy who gets killed. I just look at it and kind of shake my head like, this is like, this would be no different if these guys decided to draw a girl who was busty and her top flew up, or her panties fell off, or something silly. It's just titillation, and it doesn't serve any story purpose other than just to be titillizing. It's just the creators are like, hey, let's do this. We can do it. No one's gonna tell us we can't. So they do it. And the thing about violence is kind of like special effects. If you're gonna do it, then you gotta make damn sure you've got a story to back it up. Because if you don't, then it's just useless. And so I didn't buy into this for a second. I thought the character design was ridiculous as well. He's got a white hairstyle in one hand, a black hairstyle. I don't even know how that happens. It just looks ridiculous. And then he's kind of got the skull face. There's parts of this that made me think about Bleach. I'm sure Bleach is an influence in here somewhere. This just didn't speak to me at all. I really thought this was kind of a mess. Let's see here. But again, so like I said, there were a lot of things here I give a lot of credit for. That's why it got the points that it got. But like I said, artistically, it just fell apart once the sequences here were depicted of the violence, because it didn't even work. I didn't necessarily tell exactly what was going on. It didn't provide me any sort of like feeling of disgust or raw. It just was kind of embarrassing. As far as the concept goes, Teresa, our editor, gave us 5 out of 10. Andrea gave it a 6. Peter gave it a 6 out of 10. I gave it a 3 out of 10 because, like I said, the story, we've seen the story told. If Astron was generic, I'm dying to know how Harvester is not generic. This idea of, again, the Bleach sort of, I've got a dark side. Seraph of the End has got this going on right now. It's the character. They're in a horrific situation. They have to turn to the dark side. They have to conquer the dark side. They have to use the dark side to fight evil. In this case, it's executed in such a kind of just cheesy way where he even has visually a good side and a bad side. I did not see at all how this was remotely interesting. That being said, Teresa said this has serious potential. Andrea said it has serious potential. Peter said it has serious potential. I did not think it had any serious potential. I did not see one thing that made this seem compelling. The main character, if you're going to do this, you're going to go on that route, like I said, whether it's sex or violence, what you got to try to do is sell the character. And, the thing for me is that this supposedly takes place, the kid comes to the human world so he can go to school, and we just get, a couple of pages, kids sitting on a wall, whining about his life. It's like, I want to see what his life is like. I want to see, like, what did he come to Earth to do? What did he come, from hell to do? Why is he not interacting with other things? We get the one moment, which is nice, with the butterfly landing on his finger. But beyond that, we just get, as part of a presentation of so many in the series, we just get this kid who is having this very melodramatic conflict with himself, and then just decides to massacre a young girl and a guy. It just, under no circumstances, this looked like a series to me. I'm going to let Andrea give her thoughts. I can't wait to hear what Andrea has to say about how she thought it was a strong series potential. But let me first hit the two editors. Let's see. Peter says that it was hard at times to tell what was happening, but this seemed pretty cool. Art could use a touch more work, but is acceptable for webcomics and doesn't neglect backgrounds. As much as I like the idea of a conflicted hero, I feel that I need to better understand his motivations. Why does he want a normal life? What's required for his harvester side to trigger? Which I think that was answered in this thing. Nothing. The guy just killed somebody for no reason. Teresa says a supernatural high school drama has a lot of possible ramifications, and I don't see clearly what the story is about. Is it about the main character becoming more human throughout the story and controlling his dark side? Will there be romance, since Vampire Diaries is part of the pitch? And again, that's my I read that and I'm thinking to myself, that's exactly what what these guys are supposed to do, was demonstrate to us what this story is meant to be about. All we got was this kind of extreme violence for no reason. If this is about the character, just having him talk to himself about his conflict and then kill 2 people does not represent to me who this character is, what the story is meant to be. And like I said, if it was going to take place in high school, I'd rather watch him in high school, watch him fighting the urge to not get angry, watch him falling in love with somebody and having to keep the girl or guy or whatever it is at arm's bay so that he doesn't trigger his dark side. These would be the things that would make this compelling if they executed it. But instead, they chose to show something that just is just sensationalism. And I don't understand how that was meant to impress us. But regardless, it did work on some of the creators. Andrea, please tell me how you saw this series.
Honestly, giving the credit. I think it shows that it has potential as a freaky horror manga. Something like which is kind of the same, a lot of gore and not much backstory. Actually, was glad that we got to see the internal struggle of the main character. It made his character grab my interest, though like the reasons behind his desire to live a normal life. So it was a bit lacking, but I think it was interesting. And in my opinion, the artwork shows potential. This kind of dark artwork matches the genre well, and I think the paneling needs some work. At sometimes it was hard to tell what was going on, so that needs work.
I agree. I agree. That was. I agree, but the use of dark was great. The use of blacks was really, really good. Again, it was very atmospheric, but like I said, I have to draw. I have to stop there. I didn't see it, and the character design I thought was ridiculous. But regardless, that was that. So that series certainly got some love from the other editors, from everyone else there. So we'll see how it shakes out at the end. Next up is let me see how many entries we have left here. All right. So I think what we're going to do. I think we're going to do two more. Then we're going to take a break. You want to do that? Andrea, you want to take a break after two more? Yeah. All right, let's do. Okay, we'll take a break after we do two more, and then we'll come back. So everyone, just give me a moment. I'll pull up the next series, which Andrea is going to be Emmanuel Aton's Calamity. Okay. All right. Now this creator kind of put their presentation together in a weird way. So what I'm going to do is I'll show you all the pages here of the story, and then I'll flip to some other images he submitted because they're in a separate folder basically. So I have to kind of go in and out. So you'll see it. You'll see the screen change slightly, and then I'll go back. So let's talk about Calamity. Let's talk a little bit about what it is. So the pitch here is Yuzuru Otonashi's tragic sibling backstory meets vampiric vendetta. And this is what we call a ridiculous pitch, because I don't know what Yuzuru Otonashi's tragic sibling backstory is, and I'm not going to read that. If you're going to do a pitch, everybody, your pitch is meant to be simple. It's meant to give me an immediate idea. And this stuff of when people go out of their way to try to find the perfect thing for a pitch, you're not going to find the perfect thing for a pitch. So just stick to something that immediately gives me an idea of what it is you're trying to sell versus something else, and then put it together. And the example I give about pitches all the time is that, we have a concept. I created a concept 20 years ago called The Forgotten. And it was about this dad who's a deadbeat dad. He's got to try to save his kids. Something that he's not particularly, he's not this guy, he's got problems. He's not a good guy, but he has to rise to the level of being a hero to save his kids because his kids are stuck in the city. Think like Metropolis or Gotham, where superheroes live, and they've decided to revolt and take over the planet. They're sick of saving humanity. They want to take over the planet. So they're kind of in the city, and they're about to kind of go off and do all this kind of crazy shit. And so all the normal people there are stuck, and this deadbeat dad, has got to find his heroic nature and try to save his kids. He has no powers. He's not a superhero. He's going to try to save his kids. And the pitch that I give people when I talk about it is Jurassic Park meets superheroes. Really simple, really simple. Like if you know Jurassic Park, you know, dinosaurs stuck in an environment with normal humans, and you basically say, take that and have it meet superheroes. So you're replacing the dinosaurs with superheroes. There you go. And it gives you visually all that you need to give. You may not like the pitch, but that gives you the idea. When you've got to do the work like this, that immediately takes me out of it. But regardless, that's the pitch. The series is about Roka Nakajima. He's a college athlete and a power striker for the Omamura University soccer team. Following a tragic car accident that puts his little sister, Sayaka, in a coma, he wins his way to the top of a league competition with the wish to use the prize money to pay for his sister's treatment. Fearing he lacks the strength to beat Toho University in the finals, he sacrifices his humanity to gain immense strength. He wins the prize money, but in the end, his sister is stolen away from him by the very same people who gave him his powers. Roka, with the assistance of his friend Hiro, must hunt down Sayaka's kidnappers, thirsty for blood. That is the series setup. And you can see here, this is the cover. We get Calamity. We get I know what Calamity means. You guys may know what Calamity, the word, means. Not really sure exactly how it plays into this, other than the fact this is a calamity situation, but not really sure exactly how that term fits this series, nor do I understand what the cover means. But here we get the first page of art. We see the brother Roka with the sister. He then is kind of talking to her and so forth. I don't know. I looked at this several times. I do not know what this last panel is. I guess this is the car getting ready to hit another car. But the angle here is a little weird to tell exactly what's happening. Regardless, the sister, of course, is in a coma. She's not well. She's injured. I don't know if someone else died. But the brother is telling her he's gonna help her get a treatment. He's one win away. If he wins, he can pay for a tournament for her treatment. I mean, if he wins his tournament. So we see him. He's very emotional. Leaves the room. We then get to we get like this very weird panel here with someone's arm. I don't know who this person is. I don't know if this is. I don't know what this is here. I don't know why someone's here like that. But regardless, we did get a little bit of the soccer. We've got a guy here who's trying to play catch. I assume this is the doctor who was in that panel, but again, the setup for that didn't make any sense, and why he cut her off at that moment like that, the choice of that panel didn't make any sense for that. We then get the soccer ball. It's whizzing through, which is actually a pretty cool panel. It's whizzing through as it scores a goal here. We see that. Then he also presents the logo again for Calamity. I don't understand why he's got that there like that. Again, like I said, I don't understand what Calamity means. I don't know why he feels so strongly about this word, how it ties into the manga, and why he is using it so frequently. He also uses it for the ad, for the banner ad. And it's just the word Calamity, this logo. And again, this logo, to be honest, is not that memorable, so I don't understand why this is being used so much. All the space that could have been depicted regarding the soccer or regarding the accident or regarding the people who are trying to hurt his sister, all of that stuff, he's wasted that, in this case, trying to show this logo for no reason. So anyway, so we get he and his friend talking, and then he has this moment where we kind of see some cracks here appearing on his skin, which I assume is a technique that's whatever the thing is within him that's happening, and that's it. And then we get another moment here. We have another child who's got this sort of stuff. Again, so that's all the pages there. Not a lot of soccer, not a lot of the setup of who the bad guys are. I will say, in reference to the last series we just looked at called Harvester, in this one moment where Roga is talking to his friend and his eye starts to crack a bit, he then on the next page has to kind of stop himself and say, calm down, keep it in control. I thought this was more effective in delivering the idea that this guy is struggling with his dark side, whatever this thing is he's got in him, the superpower. This was more effective than all of Harvester, and that was like 3 panels of this. And this is not a great entry, but that alone I thought did it better, did it more cinematic, made more sense in just 3 panels than the 4, 5, 6, 7 pages we saw last time. That being said, I don't know what to make of this pitch. Let's get into the art here. Teresa felt the art was 4 out of 10. Peter gave it a 4 out of 10. Andrea gave it a 4 out of 10. I gave it a 5 out of 10 for exactly the reason I just talked about. Emmanuel Aton clearly understands cinematic framing. There are some elements here that he did that were truly high skill level, at the very least, a high level of thought in terms of depicting art. You know, this is one of the key things as a publisher and editor I look at is, do you understand the power of art? You know, because you know, there's, as I said before with the Lionel Messi thing, if I give you a soccer ball and say play keepy up, you know, the game where you kick the soccer ball, you keep it up in the air, that's a skill set. There are a lot of people who can't kick the soccer ball into a net or can't dribble around somebody, can't even dribble on the ground for more than 2 or 3 kicks. There are a lot of people who can play keepy uppy. It's a skill set. You've got to have that skill set to be a soccer player. But there are lots of people who have that skill set who will never be a soccer player. So when I look at art, I think it's one of the things you have to look at when you look at art is you have to look at someone's ability to understand the nuanced skill sets that are required to be a comic book artist. That means you have to understand how to sequence a scene. It's called sequential artwork for a reason. You have to understand how to tie one panel into the next to create requisite drama. And so, you know, that is really great. And this is a level of understanding this guy has, Emmanuel Aton has. The soccer experience here, the way the soccer ball is traveling through the grass, that's a very smart idea of understanding how to do that. In fact, it's even kind of poetic how he kind of jumps from one panel with the ball on a page where we're having the doctor talk about the experiment. We then get an image of the ball kind of bouncing off the ground. It's not just sitting there. It's not being kicked by his foot, but we see the ball is literally, you know, it's obviously being kicked, and then we have it flying through the air. You know, he doesn't go the literal route. He kind of does a bit more, you know, artistry, and he kind of infers a few things with it. Then it flies right past the other guy into the net. Like this is high level thinking. This is actually smart, impressive thinking in terms of how to apply your artwork. This is when we talk about potential. You know, obviously, can you draw an arm? Can you draw a fist? Can you draw a human being that looks like a human being and not like a small child? Those are all potential things. But your ability to actually understand how to use the art to sell a moment. And there are several times in this couple of pages here that he does that. Now, this pitch is screwed up, but his artwork is not in question. So to me, hell, I can even go higher than that. But I gave it 5 out of 10. And the reason I didn't go as high, frankly, is because at the end of the day, this guy is clearly influenced by Bleach a little too much. And too many of the panels, unfortunately, are close-ups, like we see here. There's not too many perspective shots that are far away. There's not too many backgrounds that are depicted. And then again, I can't get over this one panel here. This panel is useless. I don't understand. Like, this makes no sense. The doors here. We got a picture of the doctor's arm, a picture of the clipboard. Why is this waste of space here? This is a waste of space. This panel does nothing. And then you did go cut to this, and this damn logo sitting up here, literally saying and doing nothing. This detracts from this artist, as good as this artist is at times. So again, that's some of the thoughts I had about the art. As far as the series concept goes, Teresa gave it a 3 out of 10. Andrea gave it a 4 out of 10. Peter gave it a 5 out of 10. I gave it a 4 out of 10. And I could have really been with this. This kind of reminds me a bit of the Kendo thing. I could have really been with this because again, we were looking for a sports genre. Just like the Kendo thing, however, Emmanuel decides that he doesn't really want to do sports, and that infuriates me. Because as Andrea said a few minutes ago, there are tons of manga that do Kendo. There's tons of manga that do Go. There are tons of manga that do trading cards. There are tons of manga that do basketball and baseball. One of my favorite manga of all time, from the great Yusuke Murata of One Punch Man fame. He did Eye Shield 21. I was on that long before people knew about Yusuke Murata. That is a fantastic manga about American football. So you can do sports. You can do sports manga. This is not a hard thing to do. The problem, this is what I talk about all the time in webcomics and in pilot manga. The problem is that the vast majority of people in webcomics, they want to do Bleach. They want to do Final Fantasy. They don't actually want to tell a story. They want to just do fan fiction of what they already like, and that's a shame. That's a shame. And stuff like this demonstrates that, because this right here, this could have been a great soccer manga, and I don't know why he's not doing a soccer manga. We said make it sports. Instead, he throws in this other nonsense that doesn't have anything to do with the story. I could care less about the sister and the government group stealing his sister. It's like, why even do the soccer thing in the first place? So it was really frustrating because this artist is good enough. He's got enough of the right instincts that had he just been okay actually being a storyteller, trying to tell a story about soccer, we didn't tell him which sport to choose. So he chose soccer on his own. So he must like soccer a little bit. So it's like all the stuff you can do with soccer, particularly if you have a diverse cast, which I was happy to see this guy right here looks like he's black or Latino. If you're, something that Japanese don't do is a good diversity. God knows you can do a fantastic manga about soccer for the European, with the European cast, or Latino cast, or an American cast, or Western cast. But instead, we get the typical Japanese tropes. This kid's name is Roga something or another. Emmanuel Aton, I highly doubt is Japanese, and I highly doubt he's been to Japan. So why he's trying to play on some of these things, this reads more like bad fanfic, and this could have been a really great original entry. So that's why I gave it a lower entry for that reason. With the Kendo thing, I respected the fact that Darion set the story in New York. He actually set it in New York. He had a diverse cast. He set it in New York. And again, there were elements there that could really work with the Kendo and the vigilante thing, not the superpowers. In this case, no reason whatsoever to have superpowers. We never see what the superpowers do. And while I think there's some real opportunities here in terms of this artist's ability to depict action, again, some of the choices made, including the choice to add supernatural elements into this and a conspiracy into this, is completely ridiculous. And the logo thing and the fact that sitting on he's used up panel space to put the friggin' logo is ridiculous. Serious potential. Teresa said no. Andrea said no. Peter said yes. I said yes under the caveat that he'd get rid of all this crap that he put in here, such as the conspiracy and the superpowers, and just stick to a soccer manga. Since I highly doubt that's going to happen, probably is a no. Let me read the two editors, and I'll turn it over to Andrea, and I'll flip over to some more of the art that he submitted, which is quite good. The turnaround is very good. So Teresa says, once again, I see a very generic concept. Plus, I am not sure if this is going to be a supernatural story, whether the protagonist is looking for his sister, or a sports manga. Mixing dark forces of sports is fine by me, but both elements need to remain relevant. Is he going to play football on a supernatural team? Is he going to fight demons with his ball? How do these two elements mix was not entirely clear in the pitch. And I would just add to that to say that I don't even care about it being in the pitch. If you're gonna demonstrate, just like with Harvester, if you're gonna demonstrate these ideas in your pitch, then you damn well better present that in the actual drawn part of the comic. The page count that we asked for is plenty to demonstrate what the series could feel like. When you stick to one thing and it's just a jumble of ideas and it doesn't even present kind of the overarching idea of what the series could be, the high school part of Harvester, in this case, the soccer, is kind of briefly lifted. We don't know exactly what his power is. Then you failed. You've taken pages that you had to present stuff and you failed to actually present it. Instead, just kind of throwing stuff against the wall to see what sticks. That's not the way to do this. Peter says, this one had me intrigued, assuming we're sticking with a brother fighting to get back his sister. There was an atmosphere to it where I could feel the possibility of the main character slowly slipping. There's a few issues I have with the story as it plays out, but I think they'd be easy to fix. The art fluctuates, sometimes looking reasonably well done, and others looking so good it could have been traced. My biggest issue is that it's set in Japan. That he's named Emmanuel and refers to the sport as football and not soccer means he's probably European or thereabouts, and setting this entry in any European country would make this significantly more appealing to me as a reader. Couldn't agree more, Peter. Couldn't agree more. Andrea, what are your thoughts on Calamity by Emmanuel Aton?
Reading Calamity, I'm not sure if Emmanuel has a clear goal in mind with this story. Mixing the supernatural with sports is interesting, but based on this and what we see, to me it feels like sports will become irrelevant, and the story will only focus on the revenge-based hunt to get back real fast sister. The art has potential, in my opinion, but it has a bit too much bleach in it. For example, the logo you mentioned, it's a typical bleach thing that every chapter has a special logo placed in the pages. But while in bleach it's done with style, here it felt out of the page. And I really wish we could see more from the sports side of the manga and not just the superpowers and the others.
I couldn't agree more. And this was the image when I saw it. I mean, this obviously screams Ichigo, but more importantly than the Ichigo part is that there's even an image early on in Bleach where he's wearing this shirt. You know, it's got a stripe that runs down the side of it. And I was like, dude, come on, man. So again, I'm sure he's going to tell me it wasn't Ichigo, but this feels like it. And as Peter said, as I said a few minutes ago, that's a pet peeve of mine. Stop trying to put Japanese characters in your stuff. If you don't know Japan, don't do it. I am so intrigued by Venezuela, hell, by Hungary, by Italy, by Nebraska, by Nigeria. There's so many countries with so much rich history and so much tangible relationships to a variety of subjects that you can take the manga style without having to necessarily do manga characters. Because one of the things that's tough about it is if you don't know, then you end up stuck in a situation where you're trying to emulate what you think it could be. That's why I really like Dan Talarcevic earlier, because he mimicked the style of manga perfectly, even though it was not, even though, you know, it's not manga. It's not, you know, he's Eastern European, I think. So again, that's my only concern with this. That was another concern of mine with this, was that he had a potential to really make this, with the soccer element, to make it so relevant. And he just chucked that for no reasons that I can understand. Regardless, that is our Calamity. So we will now hit one more entry, and then we're going to take a break. We're going to give you guys a moment to kind of catch your breath. If you want to submit some questions and so forth, you certainly can do so. I'll tell you how to do that. But we're going to do one more entry, and then we've got a handful of entries after that. We take our break. The next entry is called let's see, Kanmi Afalobi. Sorry, it's called Eagle. My bad. It's called Eagle. So if you can pull that up, it's by Kami Afalobi. You can pull that up, Andrea. That'd be appreciated. And we will pull that up now. Okay, everyone, this is Eagle. I think it's pronounced Eagle at least. So allow me to set this up. All right. Okay, so the pitch for this is Bakuman meets gaming. And so he wrote a lot of stuff here. Let me just kind of get to the point. Eagle is the name of 20-year-old Elijah on his journey to become a pro gamer and gain the respect that he and gaming as a whole deserves. Facing discouragement, challenges, insults, beatings, great wins, and losses, this character will grow in skill and mindset while meeting others like him, officially forming the esports team E.Agele, A-G-E-L-E, so Eagle, basically. Not a big fan of the name, but nonetheless, this is Eagle. And so what you see here is we start out. It took me a minute when I saw. I'm sure Andrea felt the same way. When you look at this initially, you don't know what you're looking at because it's kind of weird. But this is actually in the side of a video game. So it's kind of like a Dragon Ball Z type thing. The guy kind of did a Kamehameha. He destroyed a building. The other character popped up behind him. Then he gets basically beaten. So then we cut back to the real world, and we've got a main character here, which is named Elijah, and he's talking to a friend of his as they're playing video games and communicating with each other online. And then he gets a knock at the door. He's got to go check and see who it is. He goes to the door, and then he sees this big presence, which at first I thought was his dad. It's actually his brother. So they're talking about the fact his brother's kind of chastening him for playing video games. Then they get into a conversation about their mother who's in the hospital, and our main character Elijah hasn't gone to the hospital to see her. At least that's what this character's saying. The brother character then smacks our hero because he's not being particularly polite. The young man hits the ground, and then basically, young man vows to play video games and win. Now, this is the banner ad here, which I actually liked a lot. I thought this was actually quite effective, even though, again, it's using a font style that can get easily lost in some of the other font or color of the ad itself. But I thought this was actually fairly interesting. I like the idea of it in terms of the controller and the cables. This is the cover, featuring, I guess, the two best friends who play games, eventually being on the same team. And this is a turnaround of the main character, Elijah. And this is an actual turnaround, kind of like we saw with Dan Tolarcevic. Other folks didn't quite do it as much. Well, no, I'll take it back. The Roberts brothers did. But this is what we want to see. We want to see a full body shot so we can get a chance to see exactly what the character design is. Let's see. The artwork here, Andrea gave it a 4 out of 10. Teresa gave it a 4 out of 10. Peter gave it a 4 out of 10. I gave it a 6 out of 10. I'm actually surprised that this got as low on the art scale as it did. I think this is certainly better than the stuff we saw from the Roberts brothers. This reminds me of, frankly, this reminds me of old school 1980s. Again, this is me showing my age, but 1980s independent comic books. This has kind of got that kind of funky flair to it. It's very competent. I mean, everything happening here is totally understandable. There's nothing happening that you don't understand what's happening. Could it be framed better? Could it be given better perspective shots? Of course, but the artist is trying everything in these things. The background is representative of where the character is at. I don't know if it's an artistic thing, but, you know, I got the feeling instead of this being sparse backgrounds, for example, like in this first shot, instead of this being a sparse setting, I got the sense that it's, including the fact he's got a lot of heavy tone here to that first panel, I just took it as being that he's trying to artistically represent a dingy experience. So he's not putting a lot of stuff here. He's not giving a lot of background to it. But the sofa looks perfectly good. We see a box of popcorn or something there. We see a small table with the game system. We see the door. We see some curtains on the door. I mean, I thought this was very well done. I mean, I thoroughly enjoyed the artwork here. I thought this was one of the better artists. I was surprised this got as low of a score as it did. It's not perfect, but this has certainly got more potential, I think, than some of the other creators we've seen today. As far as the concept goes, Andrea gave this a 7 out of 10. Teresa gave it a 5 out of 10. And Peter and I both gave it a 6 out of 10. We all agreed this story has potential, serious potential. So I'm going to first thing, we'll shake it up a little bit. Andrea, why don't you tell me what you thought?
Well, I think the story has a huge potential. Gaming is so relevant, and this is all the way to get done. And very included, it can there. And it reads the average guys with passion for their hobby as main characters. In my opinion, the art is not bad, but it needs improvement to make sure it can grant the needed visual level for the different game worlds and even the realistic settings as well. That's why I gave it a 4 out of 10.
Okay. And guys, I know that sometimes Andrea's audio might go out. Again, when we take this break, if you guys have questions, please submit them. We'll tell you how, and then we'll address anything that you may have wanted to hear her, and maybe you missed some of it. We'll certainly address that. Teresa said, make sure I've got the right thing here. Let's see here. Okay. Okay. So Teresa says, I love the concept, but from the entry, I can tell that this has not been developed thoroughly enough. For starters, nothing happens in the first chapter according to the Subnosis. Now, I don't read the first chapter to you guys, but that's that. There's also a stereotypical strict dad. Now, I don't think that was a dad. I think it was a brother, but I can be mistaken. With the mom in the hospital, it feels too archetypical. In Bakuman, the main character has complex reasons for his motivation to make comics. Here, there is no motivation. It's just I'm not sure if I want a day job right now, so I'll do this for now. Peter says, very nice to see someone writing about real games. While the artwork is good to do what it's wanting to do, I think you need a much higher skill level. as each game will require its own style to help differentiate it. Let's see here. The story has promise, and the pages promise emotional depth, although my main fears include being overly dramatic and character motivation. Doing what you love is nice, but you need more than that to keep a story engaging. And that's pretty much the way I felt about this the story. You know, I'll say again, I think the artwork is perfectly fine. I think that I disagree with the editors and with Andrea. I think his art is perfectly fine. Again, I'm coming from this as a American who grew up with independent comics in the 1980s. This is perfectly acceptable, you know, and I think as well, I think there's more going on here that's being given credit. I think this is more artistic, where the artist is choosing to do certain things. I could be wrong, but I think he's choosing to do certain things in terms of the style of this, which is more cartoony than people maybe are noticing. But maybe that is a fault that he needs to work on so that there is no confusion. The game side of this, I totally disagree as well with the other reviewers here. I don't see how being a better artist means you can represent games better. Every game is going to be different. You can have 8-bit games. You can have virtual reality games. At the end of the day, the story is about the human, not about the games. And I have to give extra credit to Kami Afalobi for not doing what Emmanuel Aton did, and for what you know, some of the other creators did, which is try to add superhero stuff into their presentation. This is about gaming. This is about what it feels like to be someone who plays games, and this does that very well. I mean, he's not trying to make this anything but that. I totally agree with Peter that the melodramatic areas here, such as the character getting slapped by his brother or father, or whatever it is, you know, comes across a bit trite. The character also, because it comes across trite, that never seems very likable, which is you absolutely can't do if you're trying to tell a series. You know, if you want people to read your work, that character better be either really funny, and therefore you excuse the bad behavior, or they better be someone who you appreciate them as a person, as a human being. And in this case, this kid just seemed like a prick. And you know, playing video games is not a noble endeavor. Unless you show us why it's a noble endeavor, and in this case, he's not. So I totally agree that the story would need work, but again, I think art-wise, I think the concept-wise, I think this is very much a strong win. And again, we all agree this has serious potential written all over it. So, so that's that. I keep saying this, but Andrea, we're going to do one more, and then we're going to take a break because I want to try to get to a good mid-range point. So if we come back, we haven't got to do too many of these. So one more, and then we'll take a break.
All right.
Okay, the next one is Tyler DeBerry. Okay, this is called, it took me a minute to figure out this is called Light of Babylon and not Lob, because I thought it was just called Lob. It's called Light of Babylon. And this is by Tyler DeBerry. Tyler DeBerry is someone who's really popped up on the scene inside of Pilot Manga, our community. He participated and did very well in our March Madness contest. He made it like round 4, I think. I mean, he went pretty far in it. And so I was very interested to see this entry. Title is Lob, which stands for Light of Babylon. The pitch is Star Wars meets Avatar: The Last Airbender. And so again, reading the first part of what they submit for text, Babylon, the city of light, capital city, and the last remaining civilization, all Zion. The 5 nations of Zion have been consumed by darkness, with the only remaining seed of light under constant protection by the guardians of the light in the Tower of Babylon. But for how long? The loss of the other seeds of light has taken its toll, and with every passing moment, Babylon is slowly falling into ruin. It's a race against time, and fate has chosen 2 brothers with very unique powers, members of the hated Tenchi tribe, as the unlikely saviors of Zion. Can they find and return the missing seeds of light to Babylon before it's too late, and finally bring balance to the world by ending the reign of the Dark Hand? Now that is a setup for the series. We actually get 2 turnarounds. So again, Tyler really really stepped into this fully, which I really appreciate. The first here is one of the brothers, which is named Levi Tenchi, and from what I can tell, he's kind of got ice powers. Then we get the ad here, which is the two brothers. It's really just kind of a snapshot from the cover. Every light that you seek will be consumed by the darkness. So, you know, it's not horrible. He reuses artwork, which I'm never a big fan of. I'm not a fan of the logo. And the tagline here just comes across as pretentious. Whenever I, you know, it's like, if you're in an ad, you know, your ad needs to basically just give someone a reason why they're going to read the comic. Either have a really cool action moment, have the name be really, really cool, have a good design, or have something that just says exactly what it is. And this, again, this kind of like flowery sort of idea, this does not in any way inspire me to want to read this. But regardless, you can see here it's the exact same image. This is the cover that he just clipped and used for the banner. Now we get the story here, and essentially, basically, it's kind of like a moment in the life of these characters. And in fact, I think it's kind of out of sequence. In fact, this is page 3, so it's out of sequence. I remember when I read this, I didn't realize it was out of sequence. But basically, we have these two brothers, and they're kind of like, one is kind of Naruto, basically, and one's kind of Sasuke. And yes, I think this is very much influenced by Naruto. I'm sure Tyler DeBear is going to disagree with me, but I saw a lot of Naruto in this. So we get kind of we kind of get the typical sort of aspect of these two brothers. I like the diversity, although this is really kind of colorism. This is just two characters who are dark skinned, but really, really, white characters. I mean, there's nothing about them that screams ethnicity. But regardless, we get the kind of standard manga thing. Like one guy's kind of the glutton, the other guy's kind of the cool customer. There's a kind of a neat aspect to this where the character who loves food, which is the first brother, Rinchi, I think his name is he basically is trying to get some food or trying to steal some food. The other brother steals it because he's acting crazy. And then there's a nice moment at the end where he kind of gives the food to an orphan or a kind of street urchin. We then cut to a battle where we see the Dark Hand. And again, if you don't think this is Naruto, then look at that mask up there. That is Akatsuki, ladies and gentlemen. But anyways, so he kind of uses some dark magic sort of stuff on the other guys. The two brothers, of course, are meant to stop him, and so we see that they've got the powers. And like I said, it looks like Rinchi, the one with the spiky hair, has kind of flame. The other kid, Tenchi, kind of has like this kind of ice power. That's what it looks like. I can't say exactly what happens. This is then we cut to the first page. And what I liked about this page, again, slightly different perspective shots here. We do get a bit of background, which looks pretty decent. Again, we see this is the beginning where he's trying to get the food and so forth. He tries to realize he has no money in the pocket. So again, we get kind of the silly sort of manga style of these characters. And then we get this element here where he gives the food to these two urchins, like I said earlier. I'm not, here we get Dark Hand, and you can see a bit better here, the Akatsuki thing. So, look, in a nutshell, this didn't grab me, really. Like I said, I saw a lot of Naruto in this, a lot of the same archetypes that you traditionally see in these series. You got the wacky kind of outlandish brother, and you got the other brother or other rival who's kind of cool and calm. I like some of the design of the two characters, but again, it was a lot of Naruto. They felt very Naruto-ish, and of course, the bad guy was most certainly Naruto influenced. Like I said, I was looking forward to this because Tyler DeBear, I think, is an amazingly talented young man. I think he's going to be a great artist. There was some stuff here that worked artistically, some stuff that didn't. But the story just failed to capture me. And again, there were so many things in the story. The story just felt needlessly overworked, and that bothered me a great deal. There was just too much stuff trying to go on here. I didn't see any of the Star Wars that's meant to be in here. Definitely saw the Avatar, the 5 Nations, and so forth, which again is very much like Naruto. This did not strike me as really compelling on any level. Andrea gave this an 8 out of 10 on the art. Teresa gave it an 8 out of 10 on the art. Peter gave it an 8 out of 10 on the art. I gave it a 6 out of 10 on the art. This is very, very strong. There's no doubt about that. But this is an example, in my opinion, of when you got an artist trying to be a writer, because there was nothing story-wise with this that worked for me. You got an artist trying to be a writer, And so there's a part of that brain focused on trying to write a story. When they're talented as Tyler is, I have to wonder if Tyler were actually focused entirely on the art, how awesome this could have looked. This could have looked amazing, and maybe been, you know, kind of a cheeseball story with less of the complications he's trying to throw into the story to make it seem more serious. Had he just maybe stuck with something that was really, really cool artistically, this could have been really stunning to look at, because Tyler is clearly talented, as opposed to what we got, which was, again, some moments that look pretty cool, definitely some good perspective shots, some decent backgrounds, but not anything that was dramatic enough artistically to save how poor the story was. From the standpoint of the concept itself, again, their views dropped tremendously. Teresa gave it a 5 out of 10. Andrea gave it a 5 out of 10. Peter gave it a 4 out of 10. I gave it a 3 out of 10. Let's say, because this just made, to me, this was not engaging in any way. I mean, there's too much backstory, too much setup. There was just, I can't begin to tell you why. Just to go back to the beginning of this thing, the seeds of light and darkness, and the way the ad reads. I don't know what the darkness is exactly, except for this one character, Darkhand, can produce dark. I don't understand what's so big about that. I don't know what the idea of protecting light is. None of this comes. It's trying to seem more philosophical, like Avatar or Legend of Korra, and it's not hitting that. And I don't know why it's not hitting that. My feeling is probably because you have to really be into that material, the way that the creators of Legend of Korra and Avatar were. You have to really be into Eastern philosophy to be able to do Eastern concepts. When you try to do Eastern concepts and you're not Eastern and you're not steeped in that, it just comes across as being kind of pretentious and busy and not in any way compelling. And that's what I felt here. And he just stuck with a very more traditional Western story, kept it simple. Who cares if it's generic? And instead gave us really strong art. This could, to me, have really soared. Art-wise, again, like I said, I gave this. Not art-wise. Story potential-wise, however, Teresa, Andrea, and Peter all said yes to this. I said no. I think Tyler DeBerry is better than this. I think he's far better than this. And so I don't see serious potential in this idea, but I think definitely Tyler DeBerry has got tremendous potential as an artist, and I think he can do much better than this. Let me read Teresa and Peter's thoughts, and then I'll turn over to Andrea, and then we'll take our break, as I indicated. Peter says, this is a very, sorry, not Peter. Here we go. Peter says, it feels a lot like Final Fantasy to me. While there are certain story aspects I like, I'm still left with a lot of questions, like, what are these seeds of light, and why are they so necessary? Supposedly they're trying to defend against a dark hand, but how? And what is this about a prophecy? The art is pretty good. I feel that there's a few points where it falters. Teresa, our other editor, said, this is a very typical fantasy story, and my concern is that it will fall flat due to lack of originality. Either the artwork or the storytelling has to be outstanding in order for this to work. I feel we can give it a go, but I do not feel this will be a success. And that, very, very much what I said. Andrea, what was your thoughts on Light of Babylon?
Well, I think the artwork is great, and it's nice to see Tyler using varied camera angles to make things more dynamic. I think the story is a bit generic, and the characters are well-known archetypes. But the manga flows well if you're reading the pages in order, which was kind of confusing for me as well at the first time. And I think the fantasy world outside the walls of Babylon, if that will be built up well, it can be interesting and can bring out true potential for this concept.
Okay. All right. Well, so guys, that is it for the first half of this test flight. Don't worry, these test flights normally take this long, so you are not somehow experiencing something that's taking a very long time. So here's what we're going to do. Number one, I'm going to pause. I'm going to stop that, and we're going to instead let you guys look at the always gorgeous website of Saturday AM. Can't go wrong with that. It's beautiful. I hope you guys will check out our website. Feel free to buy some stuff. Subscribe for $5 a year. You can buy our latest issue for just $1.99, issue 47. Look at that gorgeous cover by Raymond Brown featuring Asao Akia of Bully Eater fame. If you love Saigami by the lovely Andrea Boros, who's here on the call with me. If you love the Cuban manga called Islanders by Leonardo Massa, the very brand new awesome manga called Monster Society of America by Christopher Crady, Bullet Eater, Apple Black, the gigantic Apple Black, or Clock Striker, which is our new hit series. If you love these, you can get them exclusively, only exclusively, inside of Saturday in the digital magazine. Think of it as Shonen Jump, but with a global artist community producing original content exclusively for readers online. You can enjoy this material, check it out, and you'll have a chance to check out all these really cool things here. Now, one thing I'll say real quickly is that in relationship to this, we're going to take about a 10-minute break, 5 to 10 minute break. It won't be very, very long. I'll leave this up and I'll come back and talk to you guys a bit more. One thing I highly encourage you to do, if you are on our Facebook fan page, which is www.facebook.com/Saturday AM, just one word. If you go to that page and you'd like to submit questions, feel free to post a comment with your question in any of those entries that we posted or posts that we made in relationship to this particular test flight. If you are a member of Pilot Manga already, and therefore you're in our private Pilot Manga community page on Facebook, you may post a question there as well. Last but not least, if you're viewing this on Google Hangouts, as I'm sure you are, you may post it either on our YouTube page in the YouTube section of the video if you're watching it there, or if you're watching it on our webpage and you're using the Google Hangout app, there's a kind of a chat function there which you can certainly use to post a comment to us at that time. So again, we're going to take about a 5 to 10 minute break, and then we'll wrap up with the remaining entries. There's some really exciting ones yet to come, and then we'll reveal the winner. We'll talk about what's next for these great creators. Then we'll talk about how you get to determine which one of these creators will continue on and get published with us yourself in an upcoming issue of Saturday AM. So again, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. Enjoy the website, soak in all that beautiful, original, diverse, exclusive manga. Be right back, everybody. All right, everyone, we are back. Thanks everyone for your patience and letting us kind of catch our breaths and take care of some odd things. Again, if you have questions, we will answer them now, and we'll answer them at the end of the event tonight once we're finished. So, Andrea, are you there? Andrea, are you back? Okay, Andrea may not be back just yet. Again, I see we got a great viewership, so I want to thank you guys. These videos have been very successful for us, and again, we hope it's helped out. We've certainly received comments that we've helped out a tremendous amount of people, so we do love doing these. And again, you know, whether or not the creators that we uncover and develop end up working with us as people like Leonardo Massip have done, or they end up going somewhere else, as a handful of people have done, sometimes not by their choice. Sometimes we force them out. But regardless, you know, hopefully the experience gives them an opportunity to just kind of learn what it feels like to get treated as a professional and to be tasked with trying to produce your best content and being held to that standard. Too many websites are set up where, like I said, they make money off you regardless. You just submit your stuff. No one tells you it's good or bad, and they make money off advertising against you. So so we are happy to kind of play a different role, which is what Saturday AM is all about. So there are some questions that have popped up. Again, if you've got questions, you can post them either to our Facebook fan page, which is www.facebook.com/Saturday AM, all one word. If you're a member of our Pilot Manga exclusive community, private community on Facebook, you may post a comment there. And last but not least, if you're doing this via YouTube or a Google Hangout app, then you may post a comment or question there. William Collier asks, it says a small question. If the answer was in front of my face. So he's asking a question about the subscription for Saturday AM. So as you can see here on the website, we have a subscription. Our basic subscription gets you 20 issues of Saturday AM for just $5. We have an expanded subscription called Premium, which we'll talk about towards the end of the program. And that subscription offers a bit more stuff. We're still working to try to get a lot of it handled for premium subscribers. But the big thing it does, it gets you the 20 issue subscription, plus it gets you a subscription to another magazine we do called Saturday Plus, which has several issues per year. And we're going to be talking about the revamp of that soon as well. It also gets you access to other content that is exclusive with Saturday AM. So you get a lot of stuff with that. William is asking about the issues. Once he gets a premium subscription, how does he get those issues? And so when you get a premium subscription, William, the issues come out every 2 weeks. And so as a result of that, as a result of those every 2 weeks subscriptions, those issues come out, then essentially what happens is that if you've not, like in other words, if you get a subscription for issue 47, for example, came out. Now, if you subscribe after issue 47 came out, then your first issue will not be issue 47, it will be issue 48, which will come out, if not today, then tomorrow. So that'll be your first issue. And then issue 49 comes out after that. And basically, you'll start your first of 20 issues beginning right at issue 48. If you subscribe, that's why I always try to tell people whenever we start previewing a new issue coming out, we've done that with issue 48, every time we do that, we say, please subscribe so that you're guaranteed to get that issue if you want that issue. We sell season packs, which are collections of previous issues. You can buy individual issues for just $1.99. So again, there are lots of ways to interact with it. But once you do start getting your issues, if you think you should have got an issue and you don't believe you found that you didn't get the email for it, or you're not sure you got the email for it, then please simply go to www.gumroad.com/library. Once you log into your Gumroad account, all Saturday AM issues that you've subscribed to receive will be there, and you can download them at your leisure. So it's a very efficient process. It's very easy. But again, you will not get the issue if you subscribe after the issue came out. You'll get the next issue that comes out after your subscription begins. And that's pretty much how we've been since the very beginning. Another question, Adonis Rael asked, would you prefer a manga comic with strong art and a weak story, or a strong story with weak art? And again, this is kind of getting into what we're doing now, so I don't want to get too much into that. Let me just say that, again, there is no right or wrong answer. At the end of the day, all you can try to do is do your best job possible. Where so many webcomic creators mess up is they're too busy trying to wow you with extraneous stuff. The best analogy I can give to it is that it's like a movie. We've seen recently how movies have come out that have great special effects, and yet they're hated by the critics and by viewers, because once you establish that you can do great special effects, once you establish that you can draw really, really well, then at that point, then the story becomes more and more important. Because if you can't tell a good story, no amount of good artwork is going to save you, and vice versa. If you have a movie with a lot of beautiful special effects, if you don't have a good story, it's not going to last very long. You know, there's got to be something in it that appeals to people. And of course, you know, you get into subjective stuff, and that's what this TestFlight's all about, is subjective. You know, we're giving our opinion on it. Our opinions are our opinions, and it only matters from the standpoint of whether or not we publish it as a part of Saturday AM or any of our brands. But in no way does that meant to suggest that a creator is not talented or that their idea is horrible and can't make it somewhere else. They have every option. Every creator who goes to TestFlight has a chance to take their project somewhere else. And let me say one other thing too, because I've seen this sometimes get misstated, typically by people that we've kicked out of Saturday AM and so on and so forth. But do understand, let me always be very clear. Every creator in Saturday AM owns their own property. There is no scenario where any creator comes to Saturday AM and doesn't own their property. Unless they're working on a property that we created in-house, they own their own property. So that's something, again, that we take great pride in. Let me add just one last thing to that. If we work with you, and we have editors for a reason, we want to produce good comics. We're not interested in publishing comics just because you sent a comic in to us and you're like, hey, I want to do this. That's not who we are. You can go to many other websites, many people who kicked out of Saturday AM who now are trying to do their own version of Saturday AM. You can go to lots of places and they'll gladly take anything you give to them. We're not that group. We have higher standards than that. And from that perspective, because we respect the creators and because we have high standards, if we publish you and we assign you an editor and that editor works with you to refine your plot, it's still your property. No one takes your property, it's still yours. But we're going to make sure that you're producing something good and not just, you know, publish something because you're working on it. You know, we just don't agree with that philosophy. So that's all I got. Those are all the questions. Andrea, are you back?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. So we're going to go ahead and get started again. Let's jump back into it. And then again, if there's some questions, we'll jump into those questions then at that time. But let's get back into things, and let me see what we got here. The next entry that we are going to review. And again, if you've got questions, submit them. We'll get to those at the end of this presentation. So don't have any fear that we won't get to your questions. We will. Let's see here. All right, let's get down to Andrea. Let's go to the next entry, which will be Vinny Sandins. He's got the series called Deadeye. All right, everybody, I'm going to pull it up here so you all can view Deadeye with the rest of us. Okay. All right, and hopefully everybody can see that. We are now looking at Deadeye. This is by Vinny Sandins. I believe he's from Brazil. And let's now read what Vinny's got here. All right. His pitch is Daredevil meets Bench meets The Sandlot. This is another one of these pitches that is ridiculous because, as I've said before, the rule of the pitch is just to give this thing meets this thing. Like I said, you will never have a pitch that perfectly explains your comic idea. I love the fact that Vinny decided to use Daredevil, which is a perfect example. Daredevil is great. But then he uses two baseball properties. What's the difference between Bench and The Sandlot? You know, one's a movie and one is a failed manga. What's the difference in those? Just choose a baseball. He could have chosen anything for baseball. He could have chose A League of Our Own, which was the all-female baseball movie with Gina Davis. Anything could work there. This right here shows me grasping at straws. That's usually a bad sign. But nonetheless, Deadeye follows the story of Jason Biese, I believe. I'm not sure how to pronounce the last name. A 15-year-old young man that dreams of becoming the best baseball player in the world. Sadly, because of a freak car accident, Jason lost his sight, destroying any chances he had of his dreams coming true. Strangely enough, with the loss of his sight, his other senses miraculously heightened, allowing him to perceive the world around him in a completely new way. Using his newfound abilities, he goes on to join his high school's infamous baseball team, the Sparrows. With this infamous team of misfits, they attempt to become the best team in the country and then eventually the world. So we start off here. We get the coach, a guy named Fred. This is what made me think that Vinny is from Brazil. I think Vinny's from Brazil, but I was thinking of Fred, the soccer player for Brazil. It was not great. But anyways, so we have the coach here, and we get this first shot here. We can see, first of all, this font here is really, really big. It's big, and it kind of detracts from the art a little bit because it's so huge. It's not a great font to use. And we've had a lot of examples of poor font usage, but this is one that stood out to me because it's just really bad. But anyway, so we get this coach here. He's talking basically about the new team lineup, and he wants to introduce a new member. And so we then meet the young man, Jason. The coach asks why he's blindfolded, and Jason, of course, tells him. And then Jason says, in a typical manga way, "My name is Jason Biese, and I plan to become the best player here." And there's a great little moment where everyone on the team kind of looks and then laughs. You'll notice that there's a female on the team, and so immediately this series was something I really rooted for because it had a great bit of diversity to it. It was just nice to see. I feel too often in manga, too many young creators, too many new creators forget the fact that this is fantasy. And so in fantasy, you don't have to have rules that are rules. You can do whatever you want. And in this case, we have this great situation where we got a woman on the baseball team. Why couldn't she do it? So anyway, we then meet the other character who's also a girl named Lena Armstrong, and she's a rookie pitcher. And so the two of them immediately kind of are going to bat heads here because Jason's like, "I'll show you what I can do." And so then there's a very cute little moment where Jason is like, "I'll make you eat those words." He's like, I'm gonna meet you at the plate. And so he starts walking to the plate, and he's heading towards the exit sign, not to the actual baseball plate. So I thought that was very cute, very, very smart, good storytelling there. We then get set up here. We meet some more of the characters. Then we get the big moment where Lena throws the baseball, goes flying towards him. Jason senses it with his daredevil-like abilities, and cow! Knocks the hell out of that ball. That ball goes flying right past Lena's head. In fact, it hits the sign up there. So then we get the typical manga speech. "I may be blind, but don't you ever count me out." Baseball term, ladies and gentlemen. So this is Deadeye. We get a image here. Again, it's an ad. It's a poor ad because it literally just copies what was already on the cover. Dreams are never out of sight. That's actually a great tagline for the manga. Again, what he should have done with that great tagline is draw a better image specifically suited to the banner ad here, because had he just actually produced an image, he tried to get clever and try to use a bat for the shape of the ad. It doesn't work. It's really poor. But had he just actually drawn a new image with the character actually holding a bat and made that bat very, very visible, then this could have been a really, really dynamite ad. We then get the cover. The cover is fantastic. The only thing that detracts from the cover is the art and story by Venetia Sandins. I talk about this all the time. This is not a contest to try to get your name out there. You're trying to submit a work, so take all of it seriously. When you sit there and take a piece of gorgeous art and have to detract it because you can squeeze your name in there, you're not famous. No one knows who you are, so none of this really matters at this point. But doing this just detracts. It's like the other kid, Emmanuel Aton, who used an entire third of his page to put the Calamity logo at the top of the page. It was ridiculous, and this is pretty much the same thing. This is something I always hate when I see this, because there's no reason to do that at this point. It's like plenty of time. Make a name for yourself by telling a good manga, and less about trying to put your name front and center on the manga. Nonetheless, look, this was something that I think all of us were rooting for, because it was a sports manga. It didn't try to be anything but a sports manga, and so that was something that we all, I think, kind of paid attention to. Andrea gave this a 7 out of 10 for the art. Teresa gave it a 6 out of 10. Peter and I both gave it a 5 out of 10. As good as Vinny is with some elements of this, again, there are a lot of elements here that don't work, that are just too raw. For example, like this is a great image, the cover image. But then if you go further through the story, there are moments like these moments are great. Like I love this last panel with Lena's head miss. That's a perfect panel depiction of Lena. That we can tell everything about Lena in that one panel, juxtaposed against Jason pointing the bat. But even Jason pointing the bat doesn't really work. It's not handled very well. Furthermore, there are several moments in the art where Jason does not look like a kid, and he's supposed to be like a 15-year-old kid. He looks like a man, and so that's again the talent level of the artist who's not really able to depict the kid, and so he's just drawing what he can draw. There's a lot of stuff here that works, but again, there's a lot of work here needs to be done. Some of the stuff up here, just again, like there's proportions and anatomy that just is out of whack, and so characters look much older than they should look. Or they have this moment here. Jason has a head that looks gigantic on the body. So there's a lot of stuff here that on one level kind of works because it's kind of absurd, and so it kind of adds to the absurdity of the series, particularly with that great comedy moment where the kids were going toward the exit sign. And I have no doubt that Vinny will be a better artist, but there was enough here that didn't work for me to give it a 5 out of 10 versus a 7 out of 10. On the other hand, on the story concept, Teresa gave it a 7 out of 10. Andrea gave it a 7 out of 10. Peter gave it a 5 out of 10. I gave it a 5 out of 10. I want to say why I gave this a 5 out of 10. I liked a lot of this. What disturbed me is that there is a manga that is literally this called Sunglass Picture. Now I don't know if Vinny copied that. I don't know if he got inspiration for that, but it's literally the same idea. And it's the only difference is that Jason is wearing a bandana around his eye. The Sunglass Picture has sunglasses on. In fact, this is a manga that I'm confident Vinny maybe at least heard about because it was within Bakuman. And Bakuman, of course, is something just about every webcomic creator and every manga creator or fan has seen or read at least somewhat. And this is one of the entries that they positioned in that manga. So it's a great idea, great concept, and he's got the right influence with Daredevil. But the fact that this does seem a lot like Sunglass Picture, and the fact as well that the artwork kind of conflicted, and the fact that we don't really get more of the story in it. We don't really get more of an understanding of what the story could be, other than the fact this kid's blind. We don't get more aspects of him and what his life is like. Is a bit of a concern. That's why I gave it a 5 out of 10. That being said, with my concerns about that, that's still a concern, and Vinny's gonna have to answer that as to whether or not he did pull this idea from that. That being said, could I see this being a series? Absolutely. Absolutely. I think Vinny needs to get better as an artist, but there's enough here that, and if handled the right way, this could be a fantastic series. Teresa, Andrea, Peter all felt the same way. Let me go to our editors and see what they thought about the series, and I'll turn it over to Andrea. But let's see here. Peter said that he says, I'm not sure how I feel about the blindness. While I'm sure people are going to respond well to it, it feels too gimmicky to me. What I'd like to know more about is the team and what makes this team misfits. To me, any sports story is as strong as a team. So no matter how cool a blind batter could be, he's not about to win anything on his own. The art needs a fair bit of work. Some of the images are really good, but for the most part, I think the art was just above the level needed for a webcomic. Let me say one thing about what Peter said as well. That was the other thing that kind of bothered me about this was that, again, and like I said, I'm being very upfront. I don't know if Vinny copied this from Sunglass Picture, because this just seems like Peter said, too much of this seems like a gimmick, and not enough of it seems like a real serious story. And by that, what I mean is, what position does he play? Like, what position does he play? You can't just be a batter. So what position does he play? Like, the fact that none of that was discussed or explained, or that just struck me as being like, hey, I got this great gimmick that Bakuman position. I'm going to just take that gimmick and play with it a little bit and then present it as a thing. And boy, it stood out. It definitely stood out because it's a great gimmick. And we know how a blind person, could operate given Daredevil as a brand right now. But yeah, there's a lot here, though, that just didn't make a lot of sense. That wasn't spelled out. And the fact that it wasn't spelled out made me question just how much of this was just a gimmick and how much of this was authentic. might be totally wrong, and I hope I am, because I do like this. I do like Vinny, but we've been burnt before that way, so that's my concern. Teresa says, very cool concept, although I think this would benefit from a bit of surreal comedy. I feel this is a simple, strong, and original idea. I say about the comedy because a team of misfits always makes me think of the Mighty Ducks, the old Disney movie. The art, I feel, is below the level where it should be. The proportions are a bit all over the place, which becomes evident when foreshortening is attempted. Also, the art lacks dynamism. Everything feels very stiff, which is a shame because the paneling and storytelling is very dynamic. I agree with all of that. I think the art is a bit better than what Teresa's saying, but nonetheless, totally agree with all of her other comments. Andrea, what did you think of Deadeye? By the way, great name, Deadeye. Great name. So many of these manga that we get in this, I always look at the name first. Because the name is stupid, then I'm already kind of out of board with it a little bit. You got to work hard to sell me after that. The name is really poor. This was a great name, great cover image. I was in, and then, like I said, then I thought more about it. But Andrea, what did you think?
When I first read this manga, I was like, finally, a true sport manga, which has a true sport manga feeling. So I really enjoyed reading that. I'm a big fan of sport manga, and I think this entry didn't let me down. It was likable, diverse set of characters, and I liked their design as well. And I love the joke with the exit. So I think this could work as a series if it was more comedical. And I give it a 7 out of 10 because I think visually it's a really strong submission with great paneling sense, and it is dynamics. Some of the proportions are off, but there are some really good visual elements to it.
Okay, yeah. Well, so again, I think we all are on the same page. We think that this has real potential. Again, like I said, there's some questions to be answered from young Benny Sanders. Next up is Julius Paul Ebenada. Animal Instinct is the name of his manga, and this again continues the sports theme. So everyone, bear with us for just a second. I'll pull this up. Andrea, if you can start pulling it up yourself on your end, and we will continue counting down here. We're very close to the end, folks. We got a few more entries, some really, really good stuff. So please pay attention. All right. This is the banner for Animal Instinct. Unleash the beast within. Once again, using the image from the cover. I hate that. I wish creators would take the ad more seriously and actually try to create an ad that's going to actually inspire. The whole point of the ad is really just to see if the creator has any understanding of what their series is and how to pitch it to a viewer. So, if you think about this as a webcomic, this is an exercise really to say, okay, do you understand that you've got a webcomic, and how would you try to get people to check out your webcomic? And this is the area where design and unique ideas really come through. But when all you're doing is just taking the logo and the art from your cover and replicating it, it just kind of kills it a little bit. But nonetheless, there are several things I didn't like about this banner ad. Everything I just talked about is one, but I'll get into that more in a minute. Let's actually discuss this manga and tell you a little bit about it. Again, the series is called Animal Instinct. Now, this gentleman did not actually give us a pitch, so obviously there's a negative there. Really, bottom line here is that Julio Bana is a guy who wants to become a boxer, but no one takes him seriously, and they treat him as a joke because he's overweight. The author here uses a more colloquial term called fat ass. An opportunity of a lifetime is held in the town where he resides, which there is a fighting festival with 4 weight classes, and the 4 winners will be trained to become professional boxers. Now, the real issue I had with this was that I just did not see. I didn't really get the term animal instincts. That didn't really come across me exactly why it's called animal instincts. I get the term in theory, but I wanted there to be a more unique or profound reason for there to be there. Either way, here's the cover. Here's another thing that kind of kills me about, like I said, he reuses this image. It's an interesting image. There's nothing wrong with it. The cover's not that great. The banner ad is actually better than the cover. What I didn't like is that this is not the main character. This took me a minute to figure this out. This is this guy, Nestor Ignacio, who from what I can tell, he's either a friend or he's something, but he's not the main character. Julio is the main character. And you'll see Julio here in just a minute. Here's Julio, the dark skin guy, who's overweight at the top of the image here and on the sides of the panels. So Nestor's a friend, Julio's the big guy. And so it's like I said, I'm not quite sure why Nestor's getting all the love, because Julio is not featured really. But we get, but nonetheless, we get more of Nestor running down a court here. Beautiful backgrounds, great use of lighting. Only thing that's kind of not working for me here is that the main character is lit so well when everything else around him is lit dark. So that doesn't make a lot of sense. The moonlight would not hit quite that way. There's still a lot of good stuff here. We can see the artwork is super detailed. I mean, this coat, good God, that coat's super detailed. We get Julio punching the punching bag, and he's doing it in a way that really demonstrates he's got power. So, this is all good stuff. Again, a really great shot. It might be too dark for you to see here, but a really great shot of the environment they're in. So again, you see that Julio is talking about, like all manga characters, talking about what he wants to do. I love the visual diversity of Julio. He's obviously an Afro Latino, and he's got appropriate girth. So we can see here, even when he's throwing the punch here, his body, the anatomy of his body from the back is perfect. This is exactly how an overweight person would look from the back, So this is artistic with some really great stuff. We then cut to a fight where he's now fighting, and again, I don't know if he's fighting Nestor. I don't know who he's fighting. He's fighting somebody who looks like the other guy. Again, this is one of the problems this artist has. A lot of his characters look very similar. He uses a lot of kind of exaggerated facial expressions, but nonetheless, our hero Julio takes a punch, lands on the ground, but he gets back up and he's ready to fight. And so we're supposed to feel the kind of that love for him getting back up. And then again, the story essentially ends with the bad guy, the friend, basically hogging the camera, saying, "Shall we fight?" If Julio's a star, I want to see Julio doing that. So then they race off after each other, and that's all we get. That's all we get of the story. Great backgrounds, some super detailed artwork. The art does fail a bit when it comes to diversity of the images. A lot of the characters look similar to each other. I don't know who the bad guy or good guy is meant to be in this case, if he's a psychic, if he's a bad guy. And furthermore, the main character Julio just does not get the hero treatment in his own story. Hence why I'm not sure why he's even the focus of the story. But he evidently is based on the reading of it. So this was interesting. I think that from an art standpoint, Andrea, Teresa, Peter all gave this a 9 out of 10. I had to detract for the things that I feel like we're getting overlooked by Teresa and Andrea and them, which is that, again, a lot of these faces look very similar. When we start getting to the 8, 9, 10 range, this has to be artwork that's just perfect. And this is damn good. Some really good anatomy shots at time. Detail that is just the most detailed work I have ever seen in Saturday M. But some of the perspective shots don't work. The character faces, sometimes, like I said, are super exaggerated. Again, I come back to one of these images here, the very first image. I don't know if he's meant to be exaggerated here in the face when he's saying, "Go, got you now, pig," but that's very exaggerated for where he's placed versus Julio, and given Julio's respective girth and size that he should have, that image doesn't work. But again, he's such a good artist that he still sells it. But that's why I give this 8 out of 10, because this is not a 10. This is not a 9 or a 10 out of 10, in my opinion. As far as the concept goes, I was higher than everybody else. I give this a 6 out of 10. This has got all the potential, but the artist needs to figure out exactly what story he's trying to tell, and then he needs to really commit to that story. Because if it's about Julio, and he's meant to be overweight, then sell the idea that he's overweight. This is boxing. Boxing is all about the underdog. We've seen this time and time again. It's all about the underdog. You've got an underdog who's literally an underdog. He's overweight. So then play with that. Make that the hero. Spend time exploring that. This artist isn't doing that. And so, again, I have given a higher score on the concept because this has got real potential. I don't know why it's called Animal Instinct, but it's got real potential. But nonetheless, he's got to fix some things. The other editors and reviewers didn't see it quite the way I did. Teresa gave us a 4 out of 10. Andrea gave it a 5 out of 10, and Peter gave it a 5 out of 10. We all agree that this is definitely a serious potential for Saturday AM. Andrea, I'm going to let you go first, and then I'll hit the editors. What did you think of this?
I think it has amazing and unique art style. Every panel is neatly executed, and it has huge potential. And the story feels like a true muscle-heavy sport manga with great dynamics, camera angles, and it felt like every punch has an impact. The story is simple but relatable and highly inspiring, I think. We all love the hardworking underdogs, and this manga can bring out that feeling. Um, but apart from that, we're kind of lacking in the story department, I think. For example, because we get less information about the main character.
Yeah, I think I totally agree. And again, if you guys can't hear Andrea, I'd be happy to. In fact, let me repeat that just for those of you who couldn't hear. Andrea says, amazing and unique art style. Every panel is neatly executed. Huge potential. The story is true muscle-heavy sports manga with great dynamics, camera angles. Every punch has impact. I couldn't agree more with you, Andrea, about that. The story is simple, relatable, highly inspiring. We all love the hardworking underdogs, and this manga brings out that feeling perfectly. However, apart from that, we're kind of lacking at the story department. Let me pick up with 2 other people here. Teresa, one of our editors, says the art shows a lot of potential. I can see it developing into something extraordinary as the series goes on. Regarding the story, it is not up to scratch. A lot of work has gone into the art and pages, but the story feels unfinished. I believe Julius needs to explore further this concept before turning it into a series. He needs to understand what is the unique selling point of the series and its focus. Peter says, a story about boxing sounds pretty cool, and I think the art is really good and unique. That he's made fun of it, that the main character is made fun of for being fat, strikes me as odd, because while he is big, he's also stacked and clearly fit. This is a guy who belongs in a heavier weight class. That's very true, Peter. And that should be apparent to everyone. The written part of the pilot is pretty bare bones. While this could easily become a series, it doesn't appear to have had a lot of thought put into how we would manage to be a series. I agree with everyone's statements. I think, my whole thing was that I like it a lot. As I said before, I don't see how the name of the manga makes any sense into the context of this. I'm not sure it does to the artist either. The main character thing really bothered me because I think, again, boxing's all about the underdog, and he clearly knows this. Why he makes because he could have made the hero anything. He could have made him skinny, could have made him tall, could have made him short. He chose to make him fat, which to Peter's point means he just is a different weight class. So that's also kind of bizarre. As I said before, the art is ultra detailed, but some of the exaggerated proportions, again, that's not a positive unless he's trying to do something absurd with it, and he's not. In other words, this would really work in the baseball manga we just reviewed, Dead Eye, whatever it's called, had, for some of the scenes where the characters were doing absurd things, this sort of exaggerated moments would make perfect sense. Here, because there's so much detail in the background, there's so much detail in the bodies, when you see a character whose head's out of whack like this and has weird facial expressions, it doesn't really, to me, it just seems out of place. It certainly doesn't seem purposeful. And then I ask again, that's why I asked the same question that Peter did. Is this MMA? Is this actually boxing? Because if you got different weight classes, this will be maybe a different sport that just has boxing as kind of as a piece of it. So I don't know, again, what this is meant to be. I agree completely with Teresa and Andrea. I feel as if this is a story that has a lot of kinks to be worked out, because I don't know if this artist really even is committing to telling the story, or if they just submitted it as part of our guidelines for the submission process. Regardless, definitely potential in here. This artist is definitely capable of doing some big stuff. He's only going to get better. I think we have a lot of interesting things to see with this artist in the future. So definitely serious potential for Julius Epanada's Animal Instincts. All right, so next up, Andrea, next, we're going to go to, let's see here. Kalani Corbett and Elijah Duncan. This is called Enter Hero. So you can go to that, Andrea. I'll go ahead and pull it up on my end. Again, if you're just joining us, this is Saturday AM, the digital shonen manga anthology featuring global creators from around the world. This is our new creator contest. This is a couple of years now we've been doing this. It's very popular, called TestFlight, and it's part of our exclusive manga community that we have for up-and-coming creators called Pilot Manga. If you're interested in joining it, we'll give you information at the end of this video. You can find out how to join our group and participate in future TestFlight. Next up is Kalani Corbett and Elijah Duncan's Enter Hero. And give me a moment and I will read you the details of Enter Hero. All right. Enter Hero. Legend of Zelda meets Magi. That is the pitch. Legend of Zelda meets Magi. That seems very odd, but you'll see why that's the case in the future, in a few minutes. The plot is that Leo, an egotistical screw-up who's lazy beyond anything, is seconds away from losing his home and family shop to the government. In a society of fantasy and money, which I'm not quite sure what that means, but regardless, Leo must fight to earn money for the family by competing in dungeons across the world. Each one of these mystical dungeons that is run by the government is full of atrocities beyond imagination. Clearing the dungeon, he'll be rewarded with riches. Of course, the government owns Leo at this point. He must continue fighting to earn his money or the government will take his house. His talisman, passed down his family from his ancient Indian brothers, glows brighter the deeper he goes. Even strange abilities seem to emerge from it. Does this talisman hide something? This takes a toll on him because not only does the necklace bring pain, but to be allowed entrance in the dungeons, Leo must sacrifice something of great value to him. What will Leo sacrifice? An object, a leg, an arm, a memory, himself? You'll have to find out on this epic adventure of regret, revenge, and friendship. So this is Enter Hero. So give me a moment here. I'm going to cycle through the artwork. So you guys can first of all see the banner. This is an effective banner because I think the logo for Enter Hero is very cool. It's kind of got a video game vibe to it. And then we have a bit of what I just talked about. A sacrifice must be made for something greater, which is kind of the tagline here. We then get the pages here. And so we see here that I assume his family shop is a bakery. I just read, but that's what the first image we see is that they're outside of kind of a bakery. And Leo's talking to a friend. They're talking about going to a party. Leo's got a girl that he really likes is going to be there, so he was kind of tempted to go. But he's got this obligation to his family, so he wants to partake in doing what he needs to do for his family. So he's got to get to this dungeon practice before 5. So we then skip to Leo kind of debating his life. And this was a page that I think was problematic. There's a couple of pages that were kind of problematic like this because there was some panels, kind of like I talked about before in one of the other entries, where as an artist, you have to make the choice to use your space wisely, particularly when you're submitting it for pilot manga, because you've only got so many pages. And so how you lay out your pages and what you choose to do with your pages, matters. And so when I looked at this page, I couldn't quite tell he was on a bike. It took me a minute to figure out he was on a bike because the handlebars, I think he's got his hand on handlebars, but then you don't see them on the big image here on the side where he's on the bike. And the bike is very narrow, so it's hard to tell if that was actually a bike he's on. I assume it was in other words, I thought it could have been some new futuristic thing like a Segway. I don't know what the hell this thing was. But there are panels here that are completely useless. There's a panel here where the boy is just kind of looking down and nothing's really filled in around him. So that's a useless panel. Why does that panel exist? We've got a panel here with his hand, which also makes no sense because he's supposed to be on a bike. It says you have 5 minutes left till the dungeon closes, but at least there's some dialogue there so we understand there's something we talked about there. So there are a couple of pages here like this where the art did not really explain in a good way what's going on. It was a loss. It was too jumbled, too misconstrued. The story doesn't help it, and so that's another problem. But he gets to this practice dungeon. Again, he doesn't have to, I guess, sacrifice anything to get into the dungeon. He gets this kind of weapon, which doesn't really seem to, I don't, because again, the artwork here is kind of cluttered at times. I couldn't quite tell what the weapon was, and what it's a power glove. But I don't understand, there was no aha moment. He's got the power glove, but then immediately we're thrown into him using the power glove. He's kind of got to fight this kind of demon character, which is, I guess, a ghost. Not a ghost. It's a avatar in this this video game / dungeon. So again, he kind of does some stuff here. This was the other page that kind of caught me off guard. He does a kick. He kind of does like a breakdance move, I guess, and then kicks the demon character. So this kind of, but it's hard to tell exactly what happened. I just assume that's what happened because he's kind of sitting on the ground, although he kind of looks like that in all the other images. He's kind of got his hand on his head, and then he says, "Hey, these hip hop lessons sure do come in handy." I guess that's what he did, was kind of use a hip hop move, where he's kind of twisting like a breakdance and hit the demon. There's another moment here where another picture where he's talking about something going to round 2, then he falls, and the falling is accomplished. It's kind of neat how Calamity does it. She has a downward arrow here, but it took me a minute to figure out exactly what was happening, because again, here's this moment here next where we see the guy's face, and then we get the panel of him actually falling, and then we've got these other panels of his leg being caught, and it just seemed like this could have been done in a more profound and dramatic way, because I didn't need 3 panels of him getting his leg caught. But of course, then the rope where his leg catches breaks. He continues falling. He's got the talisman, which never really is explained very well, and then the talisman kind of then, I'm not sure what it does. We see the talisman. I guess it triggers a monkey, so he kind of has the mentality to grab a rope, which I don't think is kind of normal to do anyway if you're falling. So anyway, we get all these various things here. He's in this dungeon. He's in the practice dungeon. Again, it's kind of busy. It's not exactly clear what's happening, and that's kind of the situation here. I like the character design for what it's worth. This is an Indian kid, based on what they said earlier. Kalani's art is animation style. I think it's a bit too rushed at times. I think it's an issue, but there's a lot of stuff here. I do like Kalani stuff. This is the second time she's applied to a pilot manga with this. So this had problems. This had problems for a lot of reasons. So I said this earlier about one of the other entries. I said this about Tyler DeBerry, that Tyler DeBerry's art to me, Tyler is a good artist. There is no question Tyler's a good artist. And I felt like the story, which was very pretentious for Lights of Babylon, it was too self-serious. And when you're trying to be self-serious and you don't have to tell a serious story, it comes across more ludicrous than serious. This is a perfect example of what I was saying to Tyler about. I was saying I would hope what Tyler would do is maybe focus just on his art, because he's such a good artist. Just focus on his art, and then then maybe just draw a story. Get up with a writer, and just draw a story, because Tyler is a superstar artist in the making. There's no question about that. But he needs to focus on the art. When he's trying to do both, it didn't work this time, and we'll see if it works next time. In this case, they actually did the exact opposite. These are two creators who participated in pilot mangas before. They split up. This is an example of two people, I think, trying to be too clever. Instead of actually just doing their job, they're trying to be too clever. I want to start with the writing. The pitch for this and the story for this that Elijah wrote is so ridiculous. I mean, the Legend of Zelda meets Magi, that part's fun. But this stuff here, when we start getting into even strange ability, like about the talisman, his talisman passed down in his family from his ancient Indian brothers, glows brighter the deeper he goes. Every strange ability seems to emerge from it. Does this talisman hide something? Where's the other question at? What will Leo sacrifice? You'll have to find out in this epic adventure of regret, revenge, and friendship. This is not the back of a book cover. I've said this before in pilot manga. Do not write to us like we are your fans. We are reviewing your work to publish it. We are not your fans. So we are not someone you're trying to sell to in a store. How you pitch to us is profoundly different than how you pitch to someone who's picking up a book cover. This reads like this kind of pretentious, silly sort of thing on the back of a book saying, what will our character do? Find out when you buy the book. I am not trying to find out when I buy the book. You better hope stuff that interests me to want to publish this in the first place. And for this to be someone who's just writing the story, I expected him to just write the story. This tells me this is someone trying to be too clever for their own good as a writer, trying to be profound by adding in complicated things. We saw this earlier with Calamity, where we've got a soccer story that then has supernatural elements. We saw it with the kendo thing, where you got a simple kendo thing that could be someone trying to be a vigilante, but then all of a sudden he's got superpowers. This is a problem that happens in webcomics far too frequently. Instead of just telling a story, they start trying to throw thing after thing after thing on top of it, try to make it sound flowery, because then that means somehow it's more serious, when in reality it's none of those things. And this is a perfect example. I don't know why society is being run on dungeons. What do dungeons have to do with this fantasy world? Why does the government need people to go into dungeons? Like, that needs to be explained. That should, if you're a writer, this should be at the first part of your thought, as opposed to thinking of this, as opposed to even thinking about this as an idea in the first place. You need to be asking yourself, why did I think of this? Why is this compelling? And if you think it's compelling, then you need to explain why it's compelling. And at no point does the writer take any responsibility for explaining any of the ideas that I guess he came up with. I don't know why the government matters for the dungeons. I don't know why they're trying to take this kid's house. Why do they want this kid's house? Why do they care? And why does he feel the need to try to save his family? How old is this kid? Why is he doing all this stuff? If he's a high school kid, why in the hell are his parents letting him go into dungeons? Is this something where everybody goes into dungeons? Is his dad a dungeon person? Is his mom a dungeon person? Like, there are so many things here that from the writing standpoint that the writer should have thought of that they did not. What concerns me is that then flip to this, then that there are all these ideas the writers just throwing on there, just throwing one idea on top of another. None of them make any sense. None of them actually correspond to anything compelling. That then Calamity is stuck trying to draw this stuff. And again, there are a lot of stuff here I like that Calamity did. There's a lot of this stuff here that just makes no sense. And so, because you got these crowded ideas in here, like I said, then we get this page like page 2, where Leo is on a motorcycle, and like I said, there's like wasted images of Leo being on the motorcycle. Like I could have, he could, like, there are at least 2 panels on this page that could have been spent explaining to me why any of this matters. Same thing with the page before this, page 4. There's a whole section here. Leo's already explained in the page before. This page here, we already learned everything. The very first page, we learned everything we need to learn about Leo. He's got friends. He likes a girl, but he can't go see the girl because he's got things to take care of. This page right there tells us everything we need to know about Leo and the struggle that he's got. Now, again, this page could have been spent telling us why he's going to the dungeons, how he gets access to the dungeons, why is he the one tasking his family to go into the dungeons? Why does the world even need dungeons? I need to understand how this world operates to understand why I should care about this kid going to dungeons, and to understand why any of this in the dungeon should feel dramatic or tense or thrilling. Right now, none of that stuff actually happens. It's like I said, so then we get, because of this, there's just wasted stuff here. Like I said, then we get to pages like this where this kid's on a motorcycle. I can't tell it's a motorcycle exactly. There are 2 panels here that are irrelevant to what's happening on the page. We then get to another page like this where there's another page where the kid break dances and fights the bad guy. Again, don't know exactly what's happening. This could have been framed a lot better than that, but that's it. Again, the talisman, we know that the talisman triggers monkey powers within him. I mean, animal powers within him. But again, that still doesn't make a lot of sense as to, like again, instead of teasing me with in the original pitch as to what new secret will the talisman give, just tell me why the hell the talisman's in there. I need to know so I can understand why the story works. Trying to tease me tells me that you don't actually know yourself. You've just taken idea after idea after idea and slapped it onto it like a sandwich. You could have just made a sandwich and fed yourself. Instead, you've got a turkey sandwich, you got some ham in there, you got some pizza on that mug. Someone told you to put some sauerkraut on it. Next thing you know, you got bacon on it. Next thing you know, you got some cheese. Then you decide to put another loaf of bread on there. And then you thought, man, why don't we put some jelly on this thing? There's so much stuff going on here that none of it actually meshes. And it just comes across kind of messy. And that's a shame, because Calamity is a real superstar talent. She's got an animation quality to her work. There's some real capabilities here. There's a lot of stuff I like here. I like the character design, and I like some elements of what I saw in the artwork. There's one panel that was gorgeous where we see Leo's face right here. This panel right here of Leo's face up close, that's excellent. I mean, that's excellent. Like you get amped. Leo's amped, you're amped. You're like, oh man, Leo's ready to kick some ass. Oh, he's going into a fake dungeon, and then he's got these weapons that we barely get to see. We barely understand why he's got the weapons. We barely get to see him use the weapons. So, and then what's the point of the talisman if he's got weapons? There's just so much stuff here that just seems so arbitrary, and that was frustrating, because this could have been a strong entry. Definitely is a strong artist associated with it, but this is too much stuff here. Too pretentious, too much stuff packed into it. I wasn't feeling this, as you guys may be able to tell, at all, and that's a shame because I wanted it to be better. Art-wise, again, some really poor choices here. I gave it a 5 out of 10. Andrea gave it a 5 out of 10. Peter gave it a 5 out of 10. Teresa gave it a 6 out of 10. Again, the artist, this is a real artist here, folks. Calamity is a real talent. There's real capability here. But again, I think perhaps she and Elijah were trying to create this world. They got caught up in trying to create the world, and that should have been Elijah's job, and Elijah should have stuck to that better than what he did and let Kalani focus on just creating the artwork. I don't know that's what happened, but that's what it seems to me like. There's too much jiggeriness with the art here. As far as the series concept goes, Teresa gave it a 4 out of 10. Andrea gave it a 5 out of 10. Peter gave it a 4 out of 10. I gave it a 3 out of 10. Again, for all the reasons I said, this looks like a really stacked, ridiculous sandwich. There's nothing here compelling. Series potential, I'm stunned by this one. Teresa said she sees it as a series. Andrea said she sees it as a series. Peter sees it as a series. I don't see it as a series at all. I think this is something you scrap it, you start from scratch, which I hate because I know that Kalani has been here before with us, and she's very, very talented. I don't want her to get discouraged, but I don't see how you salvage. There's so much crap in here that is irrelevant, and that's what kills me. One other thing, too, that bothers me, if you are a writer-artist combo and you're writing this, I don't know if the writer lettered this. We have kind of a rule in Saturday AM, particularly for the series that we publish, and that is if you are a team and you're the writer, you better letter that work. The artist already has their hands full. If you're the writer, you don't get to just write a story and then wash your hands up and be like, okay, now depict my story. We see this too much with writers. We've kicked guys out of pilot manga for this very reason. They don't write. They don't write blogs. They don't write articles. They don't write poetry. They don't write novels. They feel like they're a writer, and the only reason they feel like they're a writer is because they can't draw. So in other words, they're only a writer once you get them an artist. Otherwise than that, they're not doing anything. They're not writing articles. They're not writing blogs. And so I say all that to say that if Elijah wrote this, like I said, I'm already not happy with the script. If Elijah wrote this and he didn't do the lettering, then that's ridiculous, because I'm looking at a word right here that says scarifices must be made. When two people are working on a series, if a writer-artist is drawing a series and writing it and they make a spelling mistake, it's not great, but it's understandable. When you got two people doing this and there's spelling mistakes and stuff, that's a problem. That's a problem, because people need to be doing their jobs. So anyways, so I don't see how this rises to the level of being a series. I'm stunned that the other guy saw it. Andrea, what did you think of it? And I'll get to Peter and Teresa.
Well, I think the story sounds interesting and has potential depending on the execution. Leo's character is fun and likable, and I like his design a lot. And it was great to see the improvement in Kalani's art since the last test flight. Some shots were really good, so keep on improving your artwork. The paneling is also better this time, in my opinion, but at some pages it's still hard to read, and because of the lack of backgrounds, the characters are kind of floating around in space.
I couldn't agree with you more. The paneling, I did notice that in my review as well. I thought the paneling was a bit messy at times. Again, like I said, there were some ideas that Kalani tried here, which I liked a lot. But if you're new at this stuff, people, like I said, just like with the story, if you're new at this, don't try to tell Shakespeare, because you're not a Shakespeare storyteller. Try to tell a simple Batman story. You may think it's silly, you may think it's cheesy that you're doing something simple like, hey, Batman discovered Joker's trying to poison the well, and he's got to figure out the plot that what Joker's doing. That may sound simple to you, but I guarantee you, if you've never done this, that's actually pretty hard. What doesn't make any sense is when you've never done this at all, and you actually then are trying to tell a story that's way beyond your talent level. And the same thing about art. I applaud Klein for trying new ideas, like she did with the downward arrow page here where the character fell. This is, that was really neat and cute and clever. But at the same time, this one right here. At the same time, though, if you're not used to that, if you're still trying to figure out how to tell a story, if you've not been doing this for a while, you know what? Just stick the landing. Just do a normal comic panel page. Do your normal dimensions around. Set a border all the way around the page. Make it simple so that you're not, because like Andrea said, she could barely understand the action, and I'm sure that's true for everybody else. Let me get to the comments from our two editors. Teresa said, the world the story is set in makes no sense to me. Why would a government run a virtual reality game? Initially, I thought there were real dungeons with real monsters. That would make more sense. Maybe this creator has forced the game side to fit the TestFlight's theme. I thought the same thing, Teresa. If that is the case, then this is the wrong way to go about it. How could you possibly keep motivated to continue to complete a long-running series for years if you are not passionate about it? I totally agree. This seems like this was an idea cooked up for the rules versus being an idea that they actually cared about, and that's why there's so many leaps in logic here. And which raises a great point. And I'm glad Teresa said that. The other reason why I'm so passionate about this because again, if we were to publish this, let me tell you what's going to happen. We'll work with you to develop the story. We'll try to work with you to figure out some things with it and so forth. Two weeks into this, I guarantee you, if not 2 months into it, you're going to want to quit because you have no interest in telling the story. If it's this obvious that you're cooking this thing up just to make it into the contest because so many of the ideas just seem rushed and hard to figure out, if it's that obvious today, then once the work really begins, there's no way you're going to be interested in trying to continue doing this. There's just no way. Anyways, Peter says, this seemed to me like it could be a fun little series. The art is good and suits a lighthearted mood, but some work can be done to improve the background somewhat. Attention needs to be paid to the dialogue, as I've noticed a severe lack of punctuation and grammar, which is my point earlier. So that is Enter Hero by Kalani Corbett and Elijah Duncan. Next up, we're going to go to Andrea. We're going to go to Andrea. We're actually going to skip. We're going to go to Ture Baril. Okay.
All right.
All right. So everybody, we're going to Ture Baril. I'm going to pull it up for you guys right now. The manga here is called Jericho. We're going to start first with the banner ad. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're looking at the banner ad for Jericho, Son of Genesis. This is from a new member of our pilot manga group named Ture Baril. And so let me let's talk about that one real quickly. Okay. All right. Okay, let me read to you the pitch here. So the pitch is X-Men meets Black Panthers. And by Black Panthers, Ture means literally the Black Panthers from the 1960s, the pro-Black movement in the United States of America. It was actually global, but it was in the United States of America most chiefly. Stokely Carmichael, people like that, Huey P. Newton. So what Ture references as the Tuskegee study of untreated syphilis in the Negro male is one of the most infamous studies in American history. That's very true. It was a study in which Black men were unknowingly infected with syphilis and were never told or even treated for the disease, all in efforts to watch the effects and progression of the illness. But in this fictional universe, there was a secret project within that study that captured these men and tested methods in efforts to create humans with supernatural abilities or super soldiers. This project is called the Genesis Project. Something went wrong. Eventually, the project was ended and faded away into obscurity. This story focuses on the descendants of these victims and their inherited powers. Jericho, the protagonist, is the direct descendant of the most successful test subject of the Genesis Project. He discovers his abilities and becomes part of an underground organization called the Remnant, which consists of Genesis descendants. Their purpose is to gather resources and to eventually take down the world's leaders and rectify injustices committed against marginalized people. But the Remnant found out that Genesis has been restarted by a private organization whose goal is to use their newfound power to destroy the current world, erasing mankind along with their innate depravity and corruption and creating anew. It is their job to stop them. So now, there are several things wrong with this submission. This is the first one. Ture joined Pilot Manga, but to be clear, you don't have to join Pilot Manga to know the rules. And Ture in this entry did not follow a lot of the rules. This is a great example. This is a lot of content here for what's really supposed to be just a simple explanation. As a Black man who's very passionate about my ethnicity and very passionate about diversity, why I started Saturday in the first place, I totally get what Ture's trying to do here. Totally understand that. Didn't need all that backstory about the Tuskegee experience. He could have literally said, or I think Teray's a young woman. I apologize if you're not Teray. I thought I saw in the picture, but we have so many creators, so I'm not sure. But Teray suggests explaining the syphilis and the Tuskegee experiment. I'm familiar with it. Maybe a lot of our viewers are not. All you had to do is say, this is like the Tuskegee experiment, but instead of Tuskegee experiment, they went with superhero experimentation. It was shut down, and the descendants of this now have powers. You could have literally left it at that, and that would explain a lot of what's going on here. But I get the whole backstory about the company and all that, and the evil group, and the fact that these are kind of like X-Men. I get that, but again, we live in an era where X-Men is fairly self-explanatory. But anyway, I like this banner ad. The banner ad is very good. The logo works, although I don't like the Son of Genesis written at the bottom of it because the font not great. Like the turnaround here, we like 3/4 turnarounds. We like to see front side, back side, but this still works. I do like this character design a great deal. There's another turnaround here that works really, really well. We see the young Jericho. I like how that's done. This is Jericho in prison, and we'll show that in a minute. I like the cover. I think the cover is really great. It has a feel to it. When I first saw it, I thought this was like a Black Dragon Ball Z. I was so happy this was not a Black Dragon Ball Z. I was really, really happy about that. So yeah, I liked all of that stuff. The story is pretty straightforward. Basically, we meet Jericho. He encounters a racist guard. He's been caught. He's in prison. So he now is basically having to deal with all the normal stuff in prison, kind of police brutality. He's got. We then cut back to what got him into prison, which is that his mother's stepfather. I don't know if it's his stepfather, but his mother's with somebody. We get a very long sequence here of the father being the surrogate father being abusive to the mother. Jericho, as a 14-year-old kid, interrupts this fight from his abusive stepfather. He eventually gets a gun. He then, and we see that his father, I believe, was a police officer. But this could be the stepfather. I don't know who this is. Regardless, he gets the gun, and then he goes and shoots the stepfather. And so it's a very interesting sequence. There are moments of it that are pretty powerful. But at the same time, though, there's a lot of stuff that goes wrong with this. And one of the things that goes wrong with this is the fact that this is way too many pages than what we asked for. We asked for anywhere from 4 to 6 pages. We asked for very specific scenes. Instead, we're getting a whole, this is really the story. And so this bothers me because, again, as much as I'm into this idea of the series, this reads to me as someone who basically is like, hey, I've got a comic already. I just want some extra publicity. I'm going to put it on TestFlight. I'm going to submit it, and then you guys will present the whole thing. And this gets my first 15 pages I've done of my story out there. It's actually 28 pages or 20-some pages. There's nothing per se wrong with that. It's just it's a little disrespectful to what this group is about. We're trying to get people to actually we want to analyze specific work here, and the way that this Teray does this particular sequence, we're not learning anything here. I mean, we're basically getting the story, and that's it. We're not having a chance to evaluate the art by looking at different things that we asked for in the guidelines. We're not having a chance to evaluate different parts of the story. We're just getting basically one continuous scene told across 20-some pages of a character who's going into jail. And then it ends up with him meeting some other superhero type characters. I don't know if he's getting broken out of jail. I don't know what's going on with it because, again, the art kind of is up and down, And I think a lot of that up and down art is one of the reasons why we asked for fewer pages, because when you got fewer pages, that means you can actually concentrate on those pages. When you're trying to do too many pages, that means then that you're basically putting your fate in the hands of trying to do too much stuff. Because if we don't like what you do in just a few pages, we're not going to like it across more pages. And that was my concern here. It's not that I didn't like what was being done here. It's just that there was so much stuff being done here that was not what we asked for, that it really robbed my ability to appreciate the series. That being said, look, I like the concept of this a great deal. I wouldn't say Black Panthers. In fact, there's really nothing about this that screams Black Panthers, except for the fact that the officers are racist, which is a little bit stereotypical. As an African American who grew up in a mostly white neighborhood, who's fought for Black causes, particularly when I started my company, this company. I can tell you that, you know, things are a lot more complicated than that. And I would like to see that respected across all of our creators of all ethnicities and sexual orientations and genders. It's not black and white. It's more, you know, the human condition is more diverse than that. It's more complicated than that. And I felt here some of the stuff was very generic, and that kind of bothered me. This page is a good example of more stuff that bothered me. There's a lot of wasted space here. There's a lot of wasted space here. This border, this is a very odd border here. It's like, you know, why is there all this white space here? You know, and then we have other pages where it's not quite that bad. Like this page doesn't confer to that. So there were some things here that just didn't make sense. The emotion, again, I got the emotion for a large part, but again, there are parts of that sequence where Jericho kills his stepfather that could have been so much stronger had the art been stronger. And this artist can do good artwork. It's obvious in some of the images that we saw, the banner ad, the cover, some of the panels that we see. This artist can do good stuff. Trying to do 20-some pages, I can't help but believe that they were rushing. They were trying to get their story out, trying to use this opportunity with the TestFlight to present their whole idea, and that's just not the way to go. And again, we see some of the pitfalls of that by seeing content that's not as strong as I feel it could have been. By the way, again, Black Panther's not a good example. The Drop Squad, an old 1990s movie. In fact, it was one of Spike Lee's produced movies after he got success off Do the Right Thing. Drop Squad is exactly what this probably is. And I hope Teray knows what Drop Squad is. If you don't know, Teray, you need to go watch Drop Squad. It's an excellent movie, very small movie, but an excellent movie. Great reference to what I think you're trying to do and not really accomplishing. But this panel here up top, that's great. That's great. This artist has real potential, but again, too much effort here. And we've said this, you can see in previous videos, I'll talk about this. Do not submit more pages. If you submit more pages, be damn sure that you're submitting more pages that only demonstrate just how good you are. More pages so you can tell more of your story idea, if we don't like it in the first place, is not going to save you. In fact, it's going to make it worse, and that's what I fear happens here. The art for Jericho, if we get to the reviews now, the art for Jericho got a 4 out of 10 from everybody. I gave it a 5 out of 10 because, again, I see where this art is very strong, has tended to be very, very strong. But again, it's in glimpses, and it would have been. I feel had this artist spent more time on the pages that mattered, this would have been great. Furthermore, on the concept, Teresa gave it a 3 out of 10. Andrea and Peter both gave it a 4 out of 10. I gave it a 6 out of 10. The concept here is not the problem. It's the execution that's the problem. The concept here, again, if you know, this might be a little too pro-black, but this is a great concept. There's nothing wrong with this concept. A group of young African Americans and urban kids who were experimented on in the as part of a prison experiment. This has happened in American history. This has happened in American history. This is not fantasy. This has happened. It hasn't happened with superhero stuff, but this has happened. And knowing how black kids are getting preyed upon by the police in America, this story's concept is not a problem. This is a fantastic concept, and this definitely, I think, has real potential. No of the other reviewers thought that this series has serious potential. I totally disagree with that. I strongly disagree with that. I think this has complete serious potential. I think this creator has serious potential, but I think this creator needs to worry less about trying to sell their idea completely and try to actually submit this idea to us to publish, which means, first of all, that it might change, because once we get an editor involved with it, we're going to really beat this idea apart and try to get the creator to step back and really critically analyze this work. But there's a story here. Do not make the mistake to think there's no story here. There's a real story here, a good story, and this creator's got real potential. Andrea, why don't you give us your thoughts on this entry?
Like you said, this we had much more pages than the contest required. I feel like it's less with here because we have a bunch of backstory, and I like was needed. The other side, we have interesting rules by using history later from history. I wasn't familiar with it, but I googled it, so I'm now in kind of the picture.
Yeah.
And I think it could be turned into an interesting conspiracy theory as a setting. The artwork is not bad, but it needs work, and it needs consistency and quality. Some of the artwork or drawings feel unfinished.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Uh, so let me go to races. Races because I want to try to get to these last entries real quickly so we can wrap up. Teray submitted Teresa says Teray submitted way too many pages just to give us backstory. This makes me doubt this creator's ability as a storyteller or sincerity in the test flight. And I think that's a valid critique, although it might not be accurate, but I think it's valid based on what Teray did. It's a shame as there is potential, but Teray's focus on backstory is a typical sign of a story in the making and not a story ready to go out into the world. The art has its ups and downs, but overall I think it's very good. Peter says, I always love a story that plays with real history. It feels more real that way. The art isn't too bad, but needs work. Some parts were hard to read and backgrounds were almost non-existent. That's true. Again, I don't think this artist can't do backgrounds, but I think they didn't do them because they're too busy doing all this other stuff. Some parts were hard to read. The premise sounds interesting, but the entry used way too many pages, giving information of little to no importance. Ultimately, who Jericho is and what he can do still remain a mystery to me. More focus should be given to the telling of the story than delivering its backstory. And again, Teray is a new member of Pilot Manga. They most likely have not watched the previous videos. I talk about this all the time. I talked about it earlier this session. Backstory is usually a sign that you don't have a story. When you spend this much time focusing and thinking that that's important to your story, particularly in a presentation like this, that does not harbor well for what people think of your work. So I don't think anyone here is not, again, look, first of all, Teresa, Peter, Andrea, all three of the other reviewers, none of them are American. So again, some of the nuance and the powerful aspect of the story that Teresa's trying to tell here automatically has that hurdle to get over. That's not the fault of the reviewers. And that's a scenario where, again, I come back and say, if you are a creator submitting content to us, stick to the rules. You can have your own idea and story, stick to the rules. Because if you focus on the rules and you actually then dedicated time to just doing what need to be done to sell these people on your work, you'd be better off. As opposed to what happened here, a whole sequence that has nothing to do with this historical aspect ruins these people who are not Americans to understand how powerful this idea could be. I think the idea can be powerful because I'm an African American. I know how powerful that was to African Americans, that we were actually experimented on by our federal government. This is worth exploring as a story. This artist did not do a good job living up to that history. Let's move to the next entry. This is going to be Christian Sandino and Javier Luga. It's called Rhythm Battle. You ready?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, folks, we've got 3 more to go. Then we'll reveal our winner. In fact, we're going to reveal the 2 of the winners here at the end very quickly because they're coming up. All right. First, let me say, and I've actually been thinking about this for test flights. In future test flights, we're going to be doing some cool stuff. I've already been thinking about this. One of the things we're going to do is we're going to start awarding people for best panel. We're going to start awarding people for. Anyway, I'll talk about this at the end. But let me say up front, this is the best name in this test flight. Rhythm Royale, best name in the test flight. Would you agree with that, Andrea? You there, Andrea? You may have lost Andrea. Best name for a series, folks. Rhythm Royale. You can't get cooler than that. All right. This is by Christian Sandino and Javier Luga. Let me please read you very quickly what this world is. All right. The pitch is Beck, Mongolian Chop Squad, which was a very famous, very successful manga about a music band in the early 2000s, meets Scott Pilgrim. You guys, of course, know the film Scott Pilgrim or the book Scott Pilgrim. Synopsis. 15-year-old Isaac Reeves dreams of making it big as a musician, but his mother has demolished his hopes by forcing him to follow in her footsteps to eventually take over the family company. After being encouraged to enter Echo 25, a band consisting of fellow students, he sets forth towards the top. And we see here the banner ad, which I think is very good. I like the banner ad. I love the name, love the logo. I love the font here. It's a different color than the background. Making it big in the music world really is a battle royale. We then see the cover here, which is not bad. It's a little too patchworky for me, but I do like I like the main character. I like the use of things there. Okay, then we get the first page here. Now, what we see here, again, I'm just going to kind of fly through this a little bit. Isaac comes home. We get a great sequence here of him coming to the house. We get to see very, looks like a decent house. He goes up to his room. He slumps down. I love that panel where he slumps down on the bed at the bottom there, bottom left, very, very strong panel. He's getting ready to think about changing, but then he grabs his music equipment and stuff, and then he gets ready to head out, and he then runs into his mother. Now, this panel is not that good, but his mother, we did learn, she is not supportive of his efforts to not focus on his studies, because everyone in their family is a CEO. And when Isaac reveals to her that he is not interested in being CEO, he wants to be a musician, his mother's having none of that. She then kicks him out of the house, which is ridiculous. But nonetheless, Isaac leaves. It's a great panel here, by the way. This is a really good panel by Christian Sandino. He's walking away. This is a really, really good panel. Then we go to the bunker, and it's a kind of a music place. It's where bands kind of compete, or groups kind of compete. And so now we get Isaac against Ray Giacco, another hot music artist, musician. So they're playing to get into his music battle. And this was pretty neat. It was different. It was pretty neat. It felt very Scott Pilgrim-ish, so I got what he was trying to go for there. And that's essentially it. And so Isaac wins the contest. And so while his mother is kicked him out of the house, Isaac is actually successful at what he tried to do. So a couple things here. Let me pull it up here. As far as art, we all gave it the same thing. We all gave it a 6 out of 10. There's some really good stuff in here. Christian Sandino has improved dramatically from the first stuff he first sent to us. I mean, I still looked at he applied to the last TestFlight, and his work was so strong compared to what it was his very first TestFlight. I think this is his third TestFlight, maybe. That it's astonishing how great how much he's grown. Hats off to Christian Sandino, because this is his best effort yet. Now, I don't know who wrote the story here. Javier Luga is involved. I don't know who wrote the story here. But we all gave the artwork 6 out of 10. Story is where this kind of falls apart in some big ways. Teresa gave the concept a 5 out of 10. So did Andrea and Peter. They all gave it 5 out of 10. I gave it a 4 out of 10 because I felt that this was an idea that is very good. There's no doubt about the idea here. I like the main character. I like the general idea of it. I like even kind of what happens in the story. What I didn't like, though, was, and again, this is what bothers me about teams, because when you're a team, I expect things to be better. The dialogue in this was pretty ridiculous. The idea of the mom's going to kick him out of the house because he wants to be a musician is ridiculous. The idea that the mother's got this moment where she describes to Isaac that he has to be a CEO because everyone in the family is a CEO. This is, as a person who's actually a CEO, this sounds like young kids who have no idea what a CEO is. First of all, the mom actually says, of course you're going to be a CEO. It runs in the family. Only to then say something about how you can't waste your life on some. No, where is that? She says something about how that. Oh, she goes. Then what are you going to be? Some drunk employee who's responsible for who's some drunk employee who is miserable for the rest of your life, like your father was. Now, you can't all be a CEO, as she just said. It runs in the family, and yet the father is a drunk employee who's miserable, who hates his life. So this sounds like kids writing a story. They're trying to make something seem profound, and they're showing their age, because this makes no sense. And what would have been better here would have actually been If you're gonna go the Scott Pilgrim route, why can't the kid actually, impress his mom? Why can't we got a sequence of him instead of all this stuff here, which is what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 panels that are literally useless because nothing happens. We've got really not really diverse elements here of camera perspectives. It's just one long shot and a bunch of close-ups. One panel doesn't even have anything in it. It's just got text in it. We have a lot of text on this page to say nothing. Absolutely nothing is said here that either is important or even makes sense because it's unrealistic. Again, the whole point about the mom and the husband and all that crap. So this is just childish dialogue for no reason. What should have happened on this page is he should have impressed his mom. He should have done something, maybe sang her a song or played the guitar and maybe brighten her mood. I think about how manga does this all the time. You look at something like Food Wars, or I think it's called Shokugeki no Soma in Japan, but Food Wars in America, and how they do stuff like this, right? They solve their disputes, just like in real life, I might add. They just take a more exaggerated way of doing it by having characters eat food. And if the character eats food, then they can literally change their mood or change their ideas by eating something, and then we see the experience they get by having this good food. Like when they eat this good food, they have this moment where they just kind of lose themselves. They have this orgasmic experience. They could have done something like this with music. Sell me on why music is important. Beck Mongolian Chop Squad, by the way, did this a lot. So I'm totally amazed that they would reference 2 series that they actually don't follow. It's very childish. It's like, well, it has music in it. Mongolian Chop Squad. And he's going to have a guitar solo against another guy, Scott Pilgrim. But you're not actually following any of the stuff they actually do here. So yeah, this had potential, and Christian's artwork is fantastic. It's definitely growing. But I don't know who did the story here. The story is not very good. I don't see how the story really makes it. That being said, Teresa, Andrea, Peter saw this series as potential. I didn't, for the reasons I expressed. To me, that you miss what the series could be so immediately does not bode well for you turning to a series, because what this tells me is that you have to actually experience it with the subject. This strikes me, like some of the other series we talked about tonight, as, hey, you know what? They're looking for something different. They're not looking for ninjas and space heroes and stuff. So let's just do something different. What hasn't been done yet? Music. So that's a right idea, but if you're not passionate about it, if you don't actually know about it, then it doesn't work. And no time here do I actually, none of the characters ever reference musicians or other guitarists. This just doesn't, I don't think this is sincere. And this, to me, comes across in the work. Artwork, fantastic. So if Christian were to draw a manga music, great. But whoever wrote the story for this, and something tells me Christian was involved in the story, whoever wrote the story for this does not match that. And that's exactly why I didn't see serious potential with this. Andrea, what did you think of this? Andrea, you there?
Yes.
Okay, what did you think of this?
I think it was refreshing to read the story about musicians among the submissions. And I say it was a daring one because portraying music or the sense of music with only comic images, it's quite a challenge. But it has shown him pretty well. Um, Story-wise, I think it was a great addition to have the protagonist who had to face not just the challengers in music, but he also has to step up against the suppressive parents as well. I think it made it relatable. I think the art has potential, but the character designs were kind of lackluster.
Okay, all right. So here's Peter's thoughts. Peter says, it's an interesting idea and a challenging one. The art is good, more than enough for a webcomic, and it only really needs a little more polishing. For this to really work, I think you need to find a way to help your reader experience the music. Totally agree. And right now, I don't think you did it. The contest was too short. I never really got the sense of a competition playing out. One guy starts off strong and the other just gives up. More effort needs to be made to the character design. I managed to mix the guitarists up and was surprised at the end when it was our guy who won. Teresa says, I love musicians' stories, so I'm a bit biased here, but despite loving the idea, I was a bit let down by the character designs. This is the music industry we're talking about, one of the most diverse and creative industries when it comes to image. Why hold back and have this generic-looking boy along with his generic-looking rival? I actually couldn't tell which one won the battle of the bands at the end. Despite the character design letdown, I think this has the potential to be spiced up with a slice of life element, which makes it feel like a potential breeze of fresh air for Saturday AM. Totally agree with all those statements. Again, I doubt that this can be pulled off with these two, but can be mistaken. I would love to see a music / slice of life story. I would absolutely love to see that in Saturday AM. All right, so guys, we're going to do something a little different this time. We're actually going to reveal the winners of this competition by presenting the next two entries. The next two entries actually tied. They were so good and so strong, we couldn't, and I literally did the math on this, and it was almost identical. It was off by like an eighth of a tenth, and I thought, that's stupid. I'm not going to play that game. So actually, both of these titles have won the test flight. Now, after that, I'll reveal which title is our first place and which one is our honorable mention, and then from there we'll talk about how you can decide on these titles. So let us now reveal our winners. And the very first of the two tied entries that won is Durbin's Moise. He's got a comic called El Toro. And this is personally one of my favorite entries that I've ever seen inside of Saturday AM. I'm going to present it to you now. Bear with me for just a moment as I tell you about the series. All right. Okay. Eddie Torreiro is a young high school graduate who dreams of becoming a professional masked wrestler in the MWL, Masked Wrestling League. It's now or never because the MWL is holding a ranked tournament in which it is open to the public. The top 4 winners of said tournament are rewarded with a contract. The first stage of the tournament has contestants to remove each other's masks. If your mask is removed, you're disqualified, and you need 5 other masks to move to the next stage. The second stage requires contestants to make their way up to the 7 levels of Mucho Mountain. On each level, there's a certified MWL wrestling trainer, and the remaining participants must pass whatever test they are given by the trainers. In the third and final stage, the few that made it up the mountain have to win a match against pro wrestlers who plan to retire soon and pass on their contracts to the new generation. So, number 1, they did not do a pitch, so obviously I wasn't happy about that. And 2, there's a whole lot of story here explaining the rules. That being said, I actually thought the rules were pretty impressive, so, there you go. I love this ad. Love this ad. First of all, I mean, he doesn't do it right. He's got the Pilot Manga logo there, and the foot's cut off at the top, which is ridiculous. So, but, it's ironic. When I was looking at this banner and I saw all the mistakes in it, I thought, this actually is perfect because this seems like what this creator and this character are all about. But I love the tagline, you say boo, I say moo. So here we go. We see the cover here, which is absolutely gorgeous. Gorgeous, 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 gorgeous. Next up, we then get our hero. He is kind of going through the motions here. He's powering up this mask. He has his movement. This panel, if we were doing, if we were going to do this for the next test flight, this would win my best panel of the day, hands down. This is such a gorgeous panel, and I love the way he does the woof, because this is very Japanese, even though it's English words, it's very Japanese. Just the way he incorporates the SFX into the art is gorgeous. Anyway, we see him fighting basically a beanbag. The owner of the thing gets very pissed off at him. He then body slams the owner of the gym, tells him to get the hell out. This was really cute. I really like this. We basically follow him on his way home. He's basically talking to his parents. He's been banned again from the gym, but he's telling his dad typical stuff. He's telling his dad he definitely intends to make it. He's given an ultimatum when he graduated high school. He could become a doctor. He could live at home. He could go out and pursue his dream of becoming a pro wrestler. But if he chose that path, he had to go out on his own. So he decided to go out on his own to do it, and he's determined to make it happen. And this is really no different than what we just saw with Rhythm Royale, except in this case though, we know what the tournament's meant to be. We know how it functions. We see the story is really meant to be kind of silly and absurd, and that's it. And so so that's it. This is the first page here. We see him trying on the mask, and when he tries on the mask is when he then gets he gets the juice. I don't think it's a superpower. I just think it's kind of him just taking on the personality of the mask, and so it's great. This is I thoroughly enjoyed this. I really don't really have anything to say. One of the best turnarounds, by the way, that we've had. I mean, this is so well done. This character's muscular. He looks awesome. I'm thoroughly smitten with this. I can only think back to Remedium Plus, a series that won the test. I think it was March 2015 TestFlight, and has become one of our hottest series that we have in our magazine. I can't think of another series since Remedium Plus that just grabbed me from the beginning perfectly like this. Neo World Zodiac, which won last TestFlight, I love the character in that. The story, the pages of the story, still need tremendous work, but I love the setup for it. Paradise Down still needed a lot of work. This, I literally have nothing to say about this. I love this. I think this is great. Andrea, what did you think of this?
I thought it was such a fun concept. It got me hooked on, even though I'm absolutely not into wrestling, but it was huge fun. The artwork is really, really great, and I think that it's being more on the realistic side makes the wall comic more fun. So I really liked it.
Yeah, I totally agree. I'm sorry, I meant to give the scores for this. Everyone, we all had tremendous high marks for this. 10 out of 10 from Teresa on the art. Andrea, myself, and Peter were 9 out of 10. Again, I feel like to be a 10, you got to be absolutely perfect. There are minor things here and there. There was a couple of panels that weren't exactly right. There were some poor choices or were a bit too crowded, but still, this is some. Oh my God, this is some really, really, really good stuff. I just absolutely adore this. For the concept, we all agreed this is about 8 out of 10 for all of us. Peter gave it a 7 out of 10. We all highly agree this had serious potential in it. I'm going to read Teresa's comments and then Peter's. Teresa says, "El Toro is such a fun concept. It got me hooked on it, even though I'm absolutely not into wrestling. The artwork is really great as well, and it's being one." Wait, sorry, was that you, Andrea? That was you.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Sorry. This sounds, Teresa, this sounds like a fun, short, medium length series. I don't think there's anything like it in Saturday AM, and it's done well. It can be really funny. Peter says this would be one crazy series. The art is top notch. It fits the concept. The story is simple and straightforward, which works well for a series like this, and I couldn't agree more. So everybody, that is our first winner by Durbin's Moist. It's called El Toro. It is very deserving of that. And now I'm going to present our final winner, and then we're going to give a couple of notes about runners-up and stuff and what comes next. And but we're about to get started here with our actual second winner. I think you all will agree the minute you see this. Ladies and gentlemen, Monkey's Way is our tied winner. This is by Michelle Massarolo. Kazuki Show is her code name, which I always love these code names. But anyways, the concept is Journey of the West meets Prince of Egypt. The Monkey King sought a place in heaven. To achieve this, he gathered power and strength and played pranks. However, the gods did not take kindly to his methods, so they imprisoned him in the Amble Stone. After 500 years, the Monkey King was given another chance, accompanying a monk to a journey to the west to bring back an important scripture. After a successful journey, it seemed like the king would finally claim his place in heaven, yet by treachery, he is once again imprisoned inside of the cold stone walls. Refusing to accept the imprisonment, he separates his soul from his body and makes his escape, leaving the empty, immortal vessel behind the stone cold walls for heavens. After the separated parts of the Monkey King meet again, despite the interruption, they find themselves getting involved in a conspiracy behind the Apple of Eden. The fruit of knowledge was passed along religion to religion in many shapes and forms in the hands of the rightful messenger. As time passes and people becoming non-believers, gods of all religion start to seek more power to lead to a silent war amongst them. G and Sai, who was once the Monkey King, once again accompanies the messenger, a young priest named Joseph Castillo. So let me say up front, that makes zero sense. And so this was, when I was tabulating this the other night, it's amazing. This series was saved because the artwork and the execution are brilliant. Had it not been the artwork and execution brilliant, had they faltered on any level, that right there would have doomed this, because this makes literally no sense. And you don't have to be a fan of Eastern culture to get it. This makes no sense. And literally there's a ton of backstory for no reason. They could have just really cut to the end of saying G and Sai, who once was the Monkey King, accompanied the messenger, a young priest named Joseph Castillo, to stop a war amongst the gods. They could have literally just said that, and that would have been the plot. All that backstory was useless and too confusing and too worthless. That being said, again, this was saved because the artwork is literally next level. The banner ad was okay. We get to see now one of the main characters, Ji Ling. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful artwork. We didn't see Sai Ling. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful artwork. Here's what saved the story. We don't get any hint as to what the story is about, which again should doom this. This should not win based on what the pitch for the story and what we see for the story. The reason this succeeded is because not only is the artwork gorgeous, but this is a scene, and this is a very, very nice scene. This is a scene between the two friends, and they're trying. He's trying to cheer up one of the young men, and so he's trying to basically teach him about the a frisbee, and so they kind of play with each other and so forth. And they we get to see a bit of their martial arts skills and so forth. But it's so well done. It's so kind of poetic, and it's just a simplicity of two young boys who are friends trying one's trying to cheer up the other one. Is so well done. The artwork, the depiction of the art, and the fact that these kids are these kind of reincarnated individuals. One is yin, one is yang, and we see that. And this is so well done. This is what saves it. 'Cause I'm telling you, El Toro nailed theirs. He nailed it from top to bottom. Artwork, El Toro, slightly stunted on the art compared to this. His art's gorgeous. The scene is fantastic. The concept for this is convoluted. I really don't think any of the reviewers can say with a straight face they understand what the story is about. But that being said, though, this is some gorgeous stuff, and just you can't look at this and then look at the execution of the scene and not see that this person has talent. They probably can tell the story they're trying to tell, but they need to do a better job of explaining it. This is easily, in terms of art, one of the best looking things that has ever made it through Pilot Manga. We have developed and discovered some amazing talent. Art, we all gave this a unanimous 10 out of 10. The first time that has ever happened, unanimous 10 out of 10. On the concept side, again, this is where it fell down compared to El Toro. We all were kind of over the place. Peter gave it a 6 out of 10. Teresa and I gave it a 7 out of 10. Andrea gave it an 8 out of 10. For the series potential, we all said yes enthusiastically. Andrea, what did you think of this?
It has a fascinating art, and it's a real candy for the eye. The cover is absolutely gorgeous, and the pages are composed really well with beautiful artworks. The story feels like it's going to be an epic journey of myths and religions,
Okay.
and the character interactions are really well portrayed. I love how Michelle included a bit of sport by GNSI playing a bit of frisbee,
Yeah.
and nothing really happens in those pages, but it was enough to make me feel engaged with the characters.
Yeah. I agree. I couldn't agree with you more on just about everything you said. Again, there's things that need work, but yes, nonetheless, this is it was some great stuff. Teresa says the pitch suggests it's going to be a story. Let me see if make sure I got this right. Okay, yeah. Teresa says the pitch suggests that this is going to be a story of a journey involving an imperfect incarnation of the Monkey King. It worries me that this may be too similar to Neo World Zodiac, which is true. Maybe this story would benefit from a shift in mythology. Nevertheless, I do like the idea of two halves of a god and a journey. I totally agree with that. Michael seems to have I'm not sure if it's Michael, I think it's Michelle, seems to have a good command of how to write character, and so definitely can pull off an interesting character-driven story. Peter says, I love the art, and while nothing really happened in the pages, they were still fun to read. The story is intriguing, but I found myself lost at the end. What starts off as a story about the Monkey King suddenly has an apple of Eden thrown in, along with what appears to be a number of other religions. I expect there's some grand design, but it looks a little like chaos to me. It would probably be better to focus on the Chinese mythology than to just throw in others. So again, I think we all agree. The concept has some problems. Some of that we can't tell if it's our not understanding what they're trying to do. But the execution of what they try to do with the characters is so well done. This elevated it to the top position. I mean, there is no entry in this test flight that compares to just a simple joy and story of two kids playing Frisbee than this does. I mean, this simple scene of these two kids playing Frisbee really outdid everyone else's entries. And then just the sheer lunacy and complete confidence of El Toro was, and just perfection across the board. El Toro just, took this apart from everyone else. So that are the winners of our test flight. And we'll be in touch with those creators. We will certainly be working with them to try to take their series to the next level and be featured potentially as a series within Saturday AM. Time will tell if that's what happens, but we will certainly be working with them to take the series to the next level. Now, for the first place finisher, that is going to be. 1 second here. I was trying to pull my stuff back up here. 1 second. Okay, that is going to be Animal Instinct by Julius Paul Abinata. Again, conceptually, it's there. Some of the execution faltered. The artwork has just devastating potential. If they can figure out just how to nail some of that aspect with the faces and get that done correctly, I think that could be a heck of a series. And then honorable mention, a series that we will be working with potentially. Again, I'm concerned because the artist is very young. Dan Tulasevic's Astron. This is fun. It's unadulterated fun. It's colorful. He nails all the Japanese-isms perfectly. To me, this is a great series. Again, every series here we thought had some positives. Ogre Grotto by Jelani DeBoyens has some great monster imagery. Heroic Tales of Hero starts out with a good premise. They just ruin it by trying to add other stuff in there. Andre and Akeem Roberts' Harvester. There's some good moments artistically there, showing some definite growth of these guys artistically. Not feeling some of the things that they chose to do with it. But again, the story did work for some of our reviewers. Emmanuel Aton has real potential as an artist. Too much Bleach influence, too much tight Kuba tight influence. That being said, there's some stuff here that works if he buttons down and chooses what he wants to do. Kami Afalabe, I really, really like Eagle. I thought Eagle could have some real opportunities, but in the end, the other series just edged it in terms of what they offered. But I think Eagle's got real potential. I really like Kami's artwork, and gaming is a subject worth exploring. Tyler DeBerry, Light of Babylon, I thought a lot of it was kind of pretentious. I thought there was too much trying to be done with it. That being said, Tyler DeBerry is a future superstar. Mark my words, that young man is a future superstar. I hope that he would maybe address his art, focus on his art, and maybe get someone to help him write a story. Benny Sandins also has real potential. He's definitely got to grow as an artist. There's some things he's got to fix as an artist. That being said, concerned about Deadeye. The concept is easily grade A, but it comes across too much as a gimmick. There are too many signs there was a gimmick going on here and not enough experience efforts here. Last but not least, we got Kalani Corbett, Elijah Duncan, Inner Hero. Again, this did not work for me at all, but Kalani is another future superstar. She's got real talent, and the concept here possibly could work. Some of the creators thought it worked okay. Jericho by Teray Baril, I think has a real profound importance. I think this creator butchered their opportunities. I think this thing could have worked. I think the artist has talent. I think the concept has merit. They butchered it by not following the rules exactly and really concentrating on what we asked for. Christian Sandino, Javier Luga, I keep messing up his name evidently, is what he's saying on YouTube. That being said, Rhythm Royale, best name for any series that we've got. in pilot manga that we've ever had. Rhythm Royale is excellent. This, however, does not strike me as two creators who understand what they've got, because they've got something that could be a hit, but I don't think they understand it. They certainly don't understand, in my opinion, how to execute it, but some of our other creators thought they did. So what happens next? You get to choose what happens to Jericho, what happens to Rhythm Royale, what happens to Interhero, what happens to Deadeye, what happens to Light of Babylon, Eagle, Calamity, Harvester, Heroic Tales of Hero, Ogre, Grotto. You get to decide how. Issue 49 of Saturday AM is our regular pilot manga versus issue. What does that mean? What that means essentially is that you will then be in a position with issue 49, you will be able to determine. There'll be a survey. You take the survey, you read the entries. They'll all be presented there, because they'll be presented exclusively with extra information about those series, so you can read it, study it. You look at the pages, really get into the detail of the comics. You'll be able to do all of this in issue 49. Right now we have issue 47. Issue 48 comes out later tonight. Tomorrow. Issue 49 comes out in a short while after that. Sometime next week. You'll have a chance to dig into the issue. It'll be free. So if you don't subscribe for just $5 a year, you can get the issue for free. Get it, read it, study it, offer your opinions on it via the survey, and help us determine which of those entries we should divert resources to develop into potentially test a pilot chapter, meaning a first chapter of that series that gets expounded upon, gets explored, 30 pages or so. And then you will then be in a position to determine if that series has potential. So it's all up to you for these remaining series. That being said, hats off to Michelle Massarolo of Monkey's Way and Durbin's Voice of El Toro. They are the winners of this test flight. Please give them a round of applause. Likewise, for our first runner-up, please check out Julio Paul Abinada's Animal Instinct, which will appear in issue 49. All these entries will appear in issue 49, as well as he'll also have an interview. All the winners will have an interview in there. And last but not least, young Dejan Chalarkovic, a real superstar, in my opinion, a future superstar with Astron. I can assure you, if we are able to work with him and turn it into a series, that name will change. But regardless, that was it. This is the test flight. Everybody, if you support independent manga webcomic creators, then you support Saturday AM. There's some simple ways to do that. Go to our website. Tell people about our website. If you want to read stories like Apple Black, Clock Striker, Bully Eater, Saigami, Islanders, Monster Society of America, some of the series you see up here at the top, if you want to get that content exclusively, meaning you're not going to see it anywhere else. You may see Apple Black and Saigami on other pages before they sign with Saturday AM exclusively, but everything after that for the last 3 years, you only find inside of Saturday AM or inside of their official graphic novels, which you can buy on our website. So if you support that, if you support them, subscribe. The limited subscription is just $5. You get you 20 issues a year. Best deal in comics. No other comic group has anything close to that. Likewise, if you really want to support us, then you'll support Saturday AM. You'll also support Saturday Plus, meaning that you pay $25. We'll give you a couple of extras, such as a test flight that will be dedicated only to subscribers of our premium subscription model. So you pay $25. We're going to have a test flight that is entirely devoted to people who are premium subscribers. I'll talk about that in a minute. That's $25 to get you Saturday AM. It also gets you the revamp of Saturday Plus. Saturday Plus will be returning. Actually, it'll be in issue 48. That'll be the last appearance of Saturday Plus until the fall. When we launch it back into the fall of 2016, it will be a brand new monthly publication. It'll have brand new manga inside of it that you will find every month, as well as it will have manga that will appear from Test Flight in there. And here's the thing, just like with Shonen Jump in Japan, not in America, but in Japan, you will vote on which series get to stay. So it's going to be a very, very cool addition and a cool reworking of Saturday Plus, a cool addition to Saturday AM, the brand. So please check it out. Saturday AM, get it for $5 a year. Gets you 20 issues. I don't know how long we'll keep it that low, folks, so you better jump on that. If you really want to support us, pay $25, and it'll give you lots of extra opportunities to support the brand, support the creators, and get additional content out of it. One last thing I want to discuss is that, again, issue 50 is coming. Guys, this is going to be a massive, massive opportunity for us. We want to go up. We want to have a bang with this issue. We've been at this now for 3 years. You guys know that we've gotten a lot of fans from around the world. We've discovered some new amazing creators like the winners of tonight's test flight. We've discovered these talents like Leonardo Massive, who does Islanders. We discovered him. We developed him, and now Islanders is a hit series inside of Saturday AM. Clock Striker. You can't find Clock Striker anywhere. The first black female shonen series. You can't find that anywhere except for Saturday AM. We have done our part for the webcomic movement, and we're still plugging away. We're the only group out there who regularly produces graphic novels of our work. We've got 2 digital magazines we produce regularly. When we hit our 50th issue, it's going to be a spectacular. It's going to have every series we produce featured inside of it. It's going to have a brand new, gorgeous white manga cover that has every character associated with Saturday AM on the cover. It's going to have lots of stuff that you can participate with on it. You don't want to miss this issue, folks. Issue 50. Tell your friends. When your issue comes out, please promote it on social media. We want to make this issue literally a watershed moment for webcomics and for digital comics around the world. This is a big, big deal for us. We couldn't have done it without you. I want to thank you for supporting us. Thank you for supporting Pilot Manga. Thank you for supporting Saturday AM. Thanks for all of our contestants in this test flight. We're going to do at least one more test flight this year. That test flight will consist of going on to we'll be a part of a premium subscription, so you will only be able to participate with it if you are a premium subscriber. So we'll certainly be doing that, and that's it. So I'm just going to address real quickly any last questions if there are questions here. So let me just check all the questions that are here. All right. So John Mendoza asks, when can we publish our manga on Saturday Plus? And again, as I've said before, as I said just a few minutes ago, John, I mean, no one publishes their manga on Saturday Plus. Basically, again, we're not some of these other websites. We're not open like that. We choose the content that we publish, and we try to keep our quality level high as a result of that. So we don't have open publication standards. We may change that at some point in the future, but I doubt it. But if you want to be publishing that, then the only route you have to go through is you go through TestFlight. And like I said, we don't do test flights. We started in 2014 doing test flights every month. We don't do that anymore. Now we do test flights maybe once a quarter, and even then, because it's such an effort, we're probably thinking we're going to probably just do it 3 times a year. So again, we have one more test flight we'll do. It'll be for premium subscribers for sure. We might do more than that, but that's all. On our YouTube, I see we had a couple of questions, so I want to address those real quickly. Let's see here. Starting out from the top, TKOTD TV says, shout out to White Manga, repping for us Nigerians. So that's very cool. Yep. Again, Saturday is a very diverse company. Junior Shadow says, you're having a little problem with the audio to Andrea. And I think we tried to address that earlier, but thank you for letting us know. Master Breezy says he woke up late to this. Thank you, Master Breezy. Let's see here. Will Colin says, no one knows what calamity means. It's just provocative, and that I think is in reference to what I was saying about the title of that soccer manga called Calamity. I have no idea what's called Calamity, but whoever created Emmanuel Aton really liked that name and liked that logo because he put it every damn way. Let's see. Next up is Nara Yantix, who says, great insights for creating sensible stories. I look forward to these sessions. Be well. Thank you, Naraya. Naraya, we believe it or not, Naraya, we have haters, so thank you for shedding some love onto us. Master Breezy says, right now I'm all for Astron Knite because even though it is a generic concept, maybe the creator can still add little things into the world that can help build the story up, whether it's world building or something else. I totally agree, and that's why we made it a winner. Let's see here. Master Breezy says he also has this cool style. I agree. Dejan Tolarkovic is a future superstar. Sandino says Saturday M's got some serious issues. Get it? Haha, jokes. We got 50 issues, folks. 50 issues. No one else comes close to that. Nathan Alhonda says, in reference to the Kendo manga entry, there are manga about Kendo. Kurigane was in Weekly Jump a couple of years ago and had 3 volumes. Bamboo Blade was in Gangan and was successful enough to have 14 volumes. So, no, I stand corrected. Andrea corrected me on video. Thanks, Andrea. Let's see here. We then have, let's see, a couple more comments here. See what the other comments we have is on here. Let's see here. Okay. Let's see here. Chris Haynes says, "Good work, everyone. I want to join this group ASAP, but I still need email confirmation. Please contact me." So we'll try to do that, Chris. Nicholas Cotto says, "What a great learning experience watching this. I'm definitely entering next time." Thank you, Christopher. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm sorry, Nicholas. Thank you, Nicholas. We like I said, these videos get thousands of views, so we are very proud of this. Javier Lugo says that I mispronounced his name, and I do apologize for that, Javier. So, okay, guys, that is it. So I want to thank everybody for tuning in. Again, we started at 2. It's now 6 o'clock. Hope you guys will watch this video even more because it's, this is kind of where things are. So that's pretty much it. Well, thank everyone again for supporting Saturday AM. Again, my name is Frederick Jones, the founder and publisher of My Footprint, the company, and then our brand, Saturday AM, Saturday Plus, our website, and of course, we have a light novel line coming up. So if you're writers, if you're a fiction writer, a novel writer, we are developing a new line called Well Read, which will cover light novels from amateur creators, and we hope to make that happen this year. Everyone, thanks. Please support us. Go subscribe. Buy a tank off of our marketplace. Buy a T-shirt. But support us. Go to our website, www.saturday-am.com, and check out our content. Saturday mission number 48 is sitting in my mailbox right now. I'm going to approve the content or make final changes, and you can expect the issue to come out either later tonight or tomorrow for subscribers. All right, everybody. Thanks so much. Again, this is Frederick Jones. For Andrea Boros, creator of Saigami. Check that series out, by the way. It's in the latest issue. It's awesome. Thanks, everyone. Take care.